Hi, if you are listening to this, my name is Kylie. Welcome Collection family. Remember, no spamming, no cursing, and please no sus comments. Remember to hit the like button and subscribe if you are new. Corvette. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the stream.
Black boy joy, she wanna see the Forbes like I wanna see her form. Tell me what you for, yeah. Ayy, you pay me but I'm old, yeah. Yeah, all this money on me. Yeah, cash rules all around me. Yeah, all this money around me. Yeah, cash rules all around me. I'm that go-to when she down to come through clutch, huh? Sit brown till I'm flush time. My drip, real plush, huh? Internet tea off a blue pill. Hand grip stack of the blue cheese. Turn that to a bag in a new crib. Nice big spot by the seaside. Never stressed on for a handout. Just ain't on what I be on. Just ain't on, need to be right, yeah. Gold fronts to show the color of my soul. Cool you think you is, you got me in a mode. Where I'm from, we live and die by the code. Either that or sell your soul to get a roll. Black boy joy, she wanna see the Forbes like I wanna see her form. Tell me what you for, yeah. Ayy, you pay me but I'm old, yeah.
Yo, what up everybody? Welcome back to the channel. Hope everyone is having a great afternoon. Got my drink ready, bro. When's the last time we did let me tell y'all something. When was the last time we did an afternoon stream? It's been a minute, huh? It's been a while since I came on the late night stream. You feel me? So it feels good to be back for you guys since quite a week, man. Quite a week. Obviously, there's a lot going on with Jumpman Jacks. We got Complex Con this weekend. We got, tomorrow we got the shock drop to the Air Jordan 3 Black Cement. Shouts to all my members in the motherfucking building. Checking in from Las Vegas, here in Las Vegas, Nevada. You guys already know I got to do it right for you guys since it's a PM stream. We got the bottles already. Yo, I forgot to tell you guys a while back ago, actually a couple weeks, when I moved here, shouts to my boy Synergy Media gifted me this bottle when I moved to Vegas. And so we got we got this bottle. I don't know if I showed you guys this. I posted this on my Instagram, and I thought I'd share it with you guys that we got a nice little cool bottle with us. I don't even know what it is, bro. I'm not gonna hold you. I'm more of a whiskey guy, like me personally. Like I like Crown. You feel me? And I like it depends. I mean, I'm not a tequila guy, so I'm obviously this is clear. So the bottle goes hard. I'm not gonna hold y'all. It's dope.
DHKIXX donated $1.99.
Shout my boy Daniel, man.
Day. Run it up for the goat cabra AAW.
Daniel, thank you so much for the $2 donation. 3 streams in a day. Run it up for the go. I appreciate that, Daniel. Thank you so much for the $2 donation. I appreciate that. Nightlife vibes is or Raffy night vibes is different. It really is, bro. I'm not gonna hold you, bro. That's why I'm telling you guys we might have to bring back the what's it called? The night streams. The leader of Las Vegas. No, I'm playing. I'm trolling. All right, but anyways. Hope everyone is having a great night, man. What a morning so far. We went live this morning. Fortunately, there was no exclusive access on JD Sports and Finish Line. But also, there was obviously no in-store. But it looks like EA pre-order is going to go down tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Time, 6 a.m. PST. Shock drop. Whole lot going on with the whole shock drop, but it sounds like, according to the Brandon, he said it's gonna happen tomorrow. There's no time set for the what's it called? There's no set time for the shock drop tomorrow, but tomorrow we'll be live regardless. So we'll be ready regardless for the shock drop. And we'll run it up. Hopefully you guys have a drink. Is anybody? Shouts to the Niners. Anybody got a drink in their cup? It's the afternoon streams chat. I got this Buzzball mixed in a little bit of soda because it's way too strong. I don't even consider this as a Buzzball because it's like 16-17%. Like, it's just pretty damn strong. So I got a drink in my cup for tonight for you guys. So make sure you guys run it up, hit that like button. Let me show some love in the chat real quick before we get started. You guys already know the vibes. All right. Shout out to my boy Rami for the $2 donation. Your night leader is here. Don't get used to it.
SB Romy donated $1.99. Your nighttime leader is here. Don't get used to it.
Shout out to my boy Complex. Shout out to my boy Rami for the $2 donation. Whiskey boys. Oh, I'm all about whiskey. I'm like, me personally, like my go-to drink right now is Jameson. I could drink Jameson, bro. Jameson on some rocks, bro. I'm good with that too. Shout out to Al Complex in the building. Mr. Nice Kicks in the building. LA3 TV in the motherfucking building. Young Brandon, what up? JR in the building. Tito Kicks, good morning. Or good morning, good evening. Matt Scene Lover, what up, dude? Cut Live, J Bays, Matt, Deleon, JR, BJ, Mr. Nice Kicks, RPKs, T Easy, what's good? Daniel, Brian, Rahus, good afternoon. Nice guy Mike in the building, what's good? Snakes, what's good? Troy, out of side mine in the building, what's good? Memphis, California in the motherfucker building. Stefan, Parham, Jameson with an egg. Oh, absolutely. So BJ, Daniel, Gerald, Town Legend, Nick, Paul 208. RPK, Jameson, and ginger ale. Dude, I just be drinking that straight. Try Maker's Mark, changed my life. Maker's Mark, I think I heard of that one, but I haven't tried it yet. I might have to try it. Do you mix it with anything? McNasty, what up, dude? Failed in the building, what's good? Big Low, Vinny, what up? Tito, what's good? Good afternoon or good evening. Alex, Vinny, what up, dude? I see everybody. Married to Designer, the real 121 in the building. Also, we're gonna have a special guest, obviously, coming into the stream. Shout out to Shade TV. She said she's currently getting ready. She was coming home from an event, so I told her to take her time, getting on, and then we'll start discussing some stuff. I don't know what the heck, bro. I need YouTube Premium,
donated
bro.
$1.99. Nothing but respect, cabra.
C Wilk for the 2. Nothing but respect. Go shout out my boy C Wilk in the building. Thank you so much for the $2 donation. I appreciate you, my guy. Thank you so much for the $2 dono. Appreciate Ivan. What up, dude? Shout out my boy C Wilk. C Wilk. Hopefully everything is well. Man, C Wilk, you ain't going to ComplexCon? ComplexCon is about to be crazy this weekend, man. I'm excited about ComplexCon. Absolutely this weekend. I'm really excited. I get my badge tomorrow. Should be cool. All right. Wu-Tang's restocking again. I did see that the Wu-Tangs were like randomly dropping today on the website or something like that, but I don't know. He said your intro song brings such chill vibes, peace and blessing. Lamar from Connecticut. What up, Lamar? What's good? Lamar from Connecticut. What's good? Bulldog, what's up, man? Corvette. What up, man? What time is the shock drop tomorrow? There's no time set for the shock drop tomorrow, but we'll be ready for tomorrow morning, man. I'm ready for it. I was gonna post a video, but since I was gonna go live with Shade this afternoon, I was like, you know what, let me just chill real quick, spend time with my kiddos, and then just kind of chill with you guys until everything kind of pops off in here, because it should be a really good time, man. Hopefully you guys got your drinks ready, man. Big Ron's Kicks, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships in the chat, man. Thank you so much, my guy. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships in the freaking chat. Thank you. Shout out my boy Tito Kicks in the building. Toronto 6 just gave my firstborn my 2018 Blacksmith Jordan 3s. Facts. I'm gonna double up on the 2024. There you go. Am I passing tomorrow? Yeah, I'm gonna be passing on the shoes tomorrow, just because I'm gonna be spending all this money at ComplexCon, and there's a couple stuff that I want to pick up as well. A lot of confusion when it comes down to ComplexCon, man. All I told people that are going, because everyone's been hitting my DMs up, yo, Rap, what's going on with ComplexCon? Did you know what I'm saying? Did you hear this? Did you hear that? All I told people is that just be ready. All right, that's it. The main thing is to have a good time. Of course, everybody wants the sneakers and whatnot, and I totally get it, but at the end of the day, we're gonna have to wait and see what the show is gonna provide for us this weekend. So we'll see what happens, but it should be a really good time. Let me see, make sure Shade is good to go, but she's still looking like she's getting ready. Raph, I chat with Nike to price match my oxidized green ones, and they did those in my Travs for 108. Sounds crazy. Caesar for the 20-month re-up. What up, Raph? What up, Caesar?
What up, Profi?
What's good, my boys? Shout out my boy Caesar for the 20-month re-up, my guy. Thank you so much. I know, Fiend, dude. They're probably gonna play that like 600 times. Just got to throw some pants on, and I'll be there in a minute. Rami says, "Wait, what? Pass on the bottle wrap so we can pass you the Zaw, dude." No, I'm all about drinking, bro. I mean, I don't drink on the daily basis, but I had to have, pour one for tonight's stream. So you guys already know, man. Let's see. See you there. Yes, sir, man. I know, dude. The thing is, like, if you're local here in Las Vegas, like, they actually put a discount code for people that are interested in going, and there's like tickets for 20% off, which is insane. I was like, 20% off? I was like, what the heck, dude? I'd be pumped to see the panel for Sneaker of the Year. A lot of stars coming. RIP Clark. Dude, I feel like with Sneaker of the Year is super subjective, right? At the end of the day, it's like, you like what you like at the end of the day. Like me personally, like, people think I'm crazy because I have all Jordans in my top 5 because I'm just, what I'm saying? I like Jordans, bro. You know what I'm saying? I like Jordans. Not crazy on New Balances like that, but there is a lot of different, I was a big fan of the Action Bronson New Balances earlier this year that dropped, but other than that, like, I mean, I'm cool, I'm chilling, I'm pretty content with what my top 5 sneaker of the year. I'm still saying that Military Blue 4 is a sneaker of the year for me. I don't know about you guys, but you guys let me know what your sneaker of the year. I know it sounds kind of basic for me to say Military Blue 4s are my sneaker of the year, but I like what I like, man. I grew up on the shoe, and it's definitely a shoe that I actually really wanted growing up. Can't even make a top 5 this year. Oh my gosh. Raph, you ever see the Buzz that 5 Buzz balls in one bottle? I have not, dude. I have not. Verdi sneaker of the year, Rami says. Verdi's, huh? Verdi's needs to get on those edibles. No thanks, I'm good on that. Wrestlerhead Ryan. Oh, is that Meow Meow? Thank you so much for the 26-month re-up. I just want a pair for retail. I appreciate that, Meow Meow. Thank you so much for the 26-month re-up. The reason why, because it says the Ryan the heel, and normally it's Meow Meow. Ravi doesn't smoke cigarettes, only blunts. Hey man, listen, all right, we keep that in a different day. All right. Black Cement Jordan 3 sneaker of the year, Military Blues. Did you guys see the line? Did y'all see the line out there in was it New York, where they had the the Scars Pizza? And bro, that line was insane. Yo, Rami, do you have the link to that video? Dude, that is insane. People were lined up outside. There was like over 100 people outside, dude. Over 100 people outside waiting for a pair of sneakers. It was crazy. Manir 3's top 5, my personal list I own. There you go. I'm actually excited for the Air Force Ones, but dude, I don't know, man. It's just so much money I'm gonna be wasting and spending this weekend. I don't know. We'll see. Mocha Lowe's best casual wear shoe, Reaganomics says. Rafi Chef and backwards. Hold on, let me see. Okay, is this Marissa? Hold on, let me see. All right, I'm gonna tell her, ready when you're ready. We on. All right, I'm gonna hit Marissa up, but I'm pretty sure she's getting ready right now. Bread Force Reimagine for me, Lo says. Where's she at, man? Albert, you gotta stay patient, man. Listen, all right? I don't remember the last time we had Shade on the channel. I don't remember the last time. It's been a while. I remember she featured me on her channel back in 2021, where like dunks were like super popular at the time, like regular dunks, and we kind of did a breakdown of top 5 dunks of the year and stuff like that. I remember that, but it's been a while since I've actually talked to Marissa. But we'll see. I mean, she's always a vibe. Marissa's a really good person, great content creator in the sneaker space. So I'm excited to get her on here. It's been a while. So what are you doing streaming at this time, Raph? It's this 3 live streams today. It's been 3 live streams, bro. This is like the 3rd live stream today. I know we've been kind of putting in that extra work, but listen, man, as a leader in the, oh my gosh, only blunts I will smoke other than joints and dabs, Keith says. Okay. Wu-Tang link, bro. I don't even know if it's even worth trying on the Wu-Tangs on that website, because that link it's broken, dude. People could tell you that that link is broken. That link is broken, bro. It's absolutely broken. Are y'all gonna argue? What am I gonna argue about, man? What are we gonna argue about? There's nothing to argue about. They said one per person. Oh, listen. All right. All I gotta say is, hey, man, listen. No, shout outs to the Travis team. No, I'm playing. We got a special. We got unboxing. We got unboxing, right? We got unboxing. We got unboxing. I think I'm gonna save this for tomorrow. Look how small this box is. We're gonna save this. We're gonna save this box for tomorrow. All right, we're gonna save this box for tomorrow. All right. Tomorrow morning we got a couple unboxings. Shout out to Dark Sport as well. We got a Dark Sport unbagging, which we're gonna save for tomorrow as well. But we also have the a box that we're gonna be unboxing as well. So we got some stuff in the morning. Should be fun. All right. I tried a link right now. Wait, what? Let's see, run it up to the chat. Rahu says, yeah, let's get to 150 likes. We're just waiting for Shade to get on, and we'll go from here. Check this link out. Yo, where's that link to the line? Is it this? No, this is not it. Oh, look. Cop 2 pairs of Black Cement 3s at Scar's Pizza and signed autographs for fans outside. There you go. Did they actually get a piece of pizza? I'm asking for a friend. Did they actually get a piece of like a slice of pizza? Or were people just there for the shoes? Were people just there for the shoes? Probably felt bad for that Yankees player. Travis Takeover Scoofy says, all I'm gonna say is, guys, be ready. This week is going to be interesting, especially for obviously with Travis Scott's coming out and stuff like that. It should be very, very interesting, man. I'm telling you guys this right now. Okay, someone sent me the link. Hold on, let me pull this up right here. Look at this. This shit's crazy. Look at this. Hold on. Can I put a volume on this shit? Hold on. Hold up. Look at this. People are really outside, dude. Can y'all see this? People really outside for the shoes with for some pizza. Look at that. Look at this. That's crazy.
Trevor Roskovensky donated $10.
Trevor!
Let's go. We ready for this Travis drop?
What up, Trevor? Thank you so much for the 10. Let's go. We ready for the Travis drop. What up, Trevor? Yo, Trevor, you gotta send me some shit, bro. Hey, man, listen. Hey, how much can I? Hey, yo, Trev, how much can I get for an energy drink, bro? You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, I don't mind, promoting, your drink, bro, on stream. Hey, man, listen. Hey, just send one over, bro. I'll give it a shot. I'll be doing like a Keith Lee, what's it called? Review for you, bro. Shout out my boy Trevor. Thank you so much for the $10 donation, my brother. Thank you so much for the $10 donation, man. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Dude, that's insane. Yo, Paulo, you weren't outside for Scar's Pizza, bro, for those threes? You weren't outside for those threes or what? You weren't outside for them threes, huh? But shout out my boy Trevor. Thank you so much for the $10 donation. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for your support, my guy, for coming on through with a $10 dono. Thank you. Trevor's awesome. Yeah, he's cool, bro. He's good people for sure. Real enthusiast right there, DJ says. Yeah, I mean, dude, like, that's the thing. I've said this already, that like Jordan 3s Black Cements are probably the most anticipated sneaker to drop like this month, like in my personal opinion. Like when it comes to GRs, I understand like everyone's excited and going crazy about Jumpman Jacks, but I'm telling you guys, like, there's a ton of people that are genuinely excited for these Black Cement Jordan 3s. So that's why I would guess that some people may pass on the Fear 4s because they want the Black Cement Jordan 3s. But like, dude, you could clearly see that people want this shoe. So where's Shay TV? She's coming on very, very soon. You got to give her a couple minutes. She's getting ready. She said she was coming home from an event that you just got to give her some time. You're going to run parts of that. Wait, what? Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Jordan 3s are most comfortable to me. Yo, what's up, everyone? We ghost listening over. Trevor says, yes, sir, man. I appreciate you, Trevor, for ghost watching. Regardless if you're not active in the chat, man, we're always here. We need some nice and bright Trevor for the streams. Rami says, yeah, facts, dude. Hey, man, listen. Yo, what's up, everyone? Ghost watch over here. Let's see. I stay pumped for the Fear 4s, though. Oh, there's still people that want a pair. Now, there's still a lot of people that actually want the Fear 4s. Fear 4s, man, I don't want to say that they're easy to hit, but I feel like like I said earlier today, is that like if you put in the extra footwork for the Air Jordan 4 Fears, I feel like you should be able to hit. Even if you don't hit, listen, if you don't hit on the Black Cement Jordan 3s shock drop tomorrow, at least, okay, there's going to be a ton of pairs out there, so it should be somewhat easy to hit, right? GRs are an easy cop, right? In 2024. Watching from the shower, ran out of toilet paper. Yo, that's crazy, dude. What? Easier but better for me, man. Exactly, dude. That means, you know, since everyone has all their attention around the Black Cement Jordan 3s and Jumpman Jacks, anybody that actually wants the Fear 4s, it's a little bit more easier for you guys to buy. So that's always a W, right? What's up, Raph? What's up, Soy? What up, man? How are you, man? Appreciate you tapping in this afternoon or this evening. I appreciate you for real. Are the Crocs with built-in fart machine shock dropping? No. I know those Crocs, dude. A couple people, it's so funny that today, a couple people hit me up today on the DMs talking about, yo, Raph, can you stand? I told you guys, I've been getting DMs about this stuff. Someone hit me up again asking if I could stand in line at ComplexCon this weekend to get them a pair of freaking Crocs. All right. If you guys don't know, Slayhay Benberry is doing a Croc drop, exclusively dropping at ComplexCon. And in order to buy the Croc, you have to wear all green from head to toe. So I'm like, bro, I am not standing in line in a whole green outfit. You know how crazy that looks like? Wearing an all green fit, dude. I cannot wait to see what the green fits are gonna look like when you show up to ComplexCon at that line at Salehe Benberry's line. That shit gonna be super unique to see all green, bro. You gotta wear all green. Need Travis for my birthday. 11/17. Ty Easy says. There we go. We need another midnight shock drop. Yeah, the last time we got a shock drop was those Wu-Tangs. I'm not doing that. Rami was all like, yo, just bring an extra outfit. Bro, I'm not going to do that, man. Did the 95s drop on sneakers? No. A lot of, oh, gosh. Slay is on one. Hey, man, listen. I was just like, no way I'm going to wear all green, dude. You should stream that. Man, listen. Ye's coming. Dude, I've been convincing people that Ye is going to be the special guest. Like, that is the guy. If you guys look back at the Jumpman Jack ad that they did when they first dropped the Jumpman Jacks, I believe back in April. Guess who was on that, bro? It was Ye. Ye was in that ad for Jumpman Jacks. It only makes sense that Ye is gonna be there. It only makes sense, bro. Ye is the special guest, and I've been saying this since the beginning that Ye is gonna be the guy. Josh Hart for the 7-month re-up. He says, go in a Pickle Rick costume raffle, Josh Hart says, for the 7-month re-up. I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that. Fit Dad, what up, dog? I'm just here for the drama. Yeah, man, I know. Listen, hey, man. Listen, I know listen, I already told Marissa, I told Shade TV. I let her know. I was like, yo, listen, you know, we're going to bring up what we want to bring up. And, you know, I told her, you got to understand the way the chat is going to go and stuff like that. And she understands that, you know what I'm saying? Like, she understands that. I got mad respect for Shade TV and Marissa and what she does and whatnot. But I thought, you know, have her on here. You know what I'm saying? Because I know Twitter has been going crazy, right? Twitter's been going crazy and stuff like that. And I just, you know what I'm saying? Just want to vibe out. It's a nice little PM stream on a Wednesday. And I'm sure you guys got nothing better to do except just kind of relaxing on this fine Wednesday. So, but we're getting ready. She's getting closer, getting ready. So once we get her on, we'll just, introduce her and whatnot. Anybody that doesn't know Shade TV, whatnot. And then we'll go from there. We'll just vibe it out basically. So, The stream is about to be popping. Let me, bro. Hey, man, listen. You know what I'm saying? Shout my boy Fit Dad, AK in the motherfucking building, bro. That's my bro right there. Hey, listen. Hey, man. Hey, man. Listen. She knows the chat. I told my moderators in here, yo, mod, just kind of look. It's a PM stream, mods. All right, just let the chat just roll. You feel me? Just let it roll. Just let people talk and stuff like that. And then we'll go from there. So it should be a movie, Keith says. Yeah, it should be fun. I'm telling you guys, I haven't spoken to Shade in a long time. So it's been a minute. So Rafi, I got the LeBron Henny ready. Dude, I need to try that, Francisco. Bring that. Yo, bring a sample. Bring a sample, bro. To Complex Con. Efren, what up, man? Who hit? Yes, sir. Mod's gonna be busy tonight. No, it's cool. No, Mod, just let the chat roll, bro. Let the chat roll. It's cool, man. It's cool. I know a lot of you guys are very respectful for here. So only here for Shade Raf. Hey, man, listen, it's all good, dude. You see me every single morning anyway, so it doesn't really matter. All right. We free balling it tonight. Yeah. Mod's about to gatekeep. Prince Thomas says no. My mods know. They already know. I already made that announcement. Just let the chat roll. You know what I'm saying? Just, you feel me? Soul Premise in the freaking building. What up, Soul Premise? What's good, my boy? Appreciate you tapping in. Thank you so much. Appreciate you stopping by and saying what's up. F the sample, I'll bring the bottle, Francisco says. Hey, man, listen, I think I'm planning to Uber it, bro. I'm planning to Uber it, man. All right, I'm planning to Uber it. Let us old Shade crashed out, man. Let me tell you something. She is a very smart individual, bro. That's all I gotta say, man. She's a smart individual, man. She's been in like the social media business for a long time. So, man, like, listen, man. All right, y'all be gentle with Marissa. Nah, she cool, bro. She's fine. She got thick skin, man. I'm pretty sure she'll be okay. Efren, what up, man? How are you doing, my friend? Appreciate you tapping in. Chef about to be lit with the leadership. My man, listen, that's why I told you guys to make sure to get a little extra shot in your drinks tonight, okay? Because today's gonna be fun, man. All right. Man, what's her link? Yeah, if my mods, when she pops into the stream, we'll get the mods coming in here. If you guys could link her channel, her Twitter, you know what I'm saying, so we get her pinned in the chat. So we'll get ready for tonight, man. But it's cool. Everyone's kind of just slowly coming into the stream, so it's cool. Everyone, their mama plugging in Soul Premise. Yes, sir, man. Listen, if you want to use Soul Premise, use my discount code. All right. Shade is a mastermind. Yeah, people don't realize that, LA. You know what I'm saying? People don't realize that she is very, very smart, and and like I salute to that, man. All right, because it's not. I think that was not the only incident that Shade actually went through. I think it was like, man, what incident was that? I think that was like, I don't know when it was, but I think it had to do with the what was it, chat, the socks or something like that, when she was taking pictures at the washing machine. I don't know, bro. I think that was the incident. Chris Montgomery, what's good? Chris Montgomery for the 5 gifted memberships in the chat, man. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Shout out my boy Chris Montgomery for the 5 gifted memberships, man. I appreciate that. That's like 10-15 new members that we have on the channel, so thank you guys so much, man. I appreciate it, man. I should have told Shay to come on at 5 p.m. because it's only 5:28 p.m. my time. You guys already know how the ladies are, you feel me? They gotta get ready. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what she does, whether if it's makeup, put on a nice little dress. I don't know. J-Tips fuzzy socks. Yeah, I think it was like that incident, but I don't know. I seen it on Twitter. I know she was going back and forth with a ton of people, but I don't know. I just spent the last 3 hours down a rabbit hole reading back and forth double type response. Smart business move on her part, 100%, dude. Literally, I'm not gonna hold y'all. That entire like thing that went down with Shade, like it was all over my feed. Like I'm like, holy dang. Like, whenever you're on Twitter and you read something, when you read that one something, Twitter has this algorithm where like it's like, all right, if you're watching basketball, all types of basketball feed is gonna pop up on your feed. It's like you watch a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of twerking here and there. That shit like just is all over your feed. So like, since this entire thing was going on with Shade, this and that was my entire feed. I'm like, every time I went to refresh, You know, I was like, damn, there goes another one. I see you shading my people. I support my people. I'm here for her. If LA says yes, sir, man. You know what I'm saying? She's always been good people here. Here on the channel. She's been very respectful. You know, she's part Filipino, so you already know I gotta support my Filipina. You know, my Filipino people. So you already know, man. All my Kabigans out there. Saw a little bit yesterday on Twitter, so as well. But DK, what happened? First it was socks, now sneaker leader, delusion at its finest. Oh my gosh. What time is the drop tomorrow? There's no drop time. No one knows the drop time. Emery Black, I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the 1 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. You know what, I'm gonna give a huge shout out before, you know, Shade comes on here in a couple minutes, hopefully. What's it called? You guys went crazy the other day when it comes to gifted memberships. We had a total this week alone about 500 new members on this channel. So hey man, listen, shout out to you guys gifting, all the supporters that support the channel, that gift memberships. We had over about 500 new members here on this channel. If you guys were talking about members, we're talking about people that are green. Damn, who deleted that? You could delete a membership? Yo, you could delete a membership name? Yo, who clipped that person? Yo, who clipped that person? Hello? Who clipped that person? Gifted W's, facts, dude. Yeah, I was about over 500 new gifted memberships this week. That was dope. Damn, I didn't even know you could clip someone that gifted a membership. That's insane. Well, I learned something new every single day. Yo, where the hell is Shade at? Did she flake on me? What is she doing? What is she putting her socks on? What's going on? It didn't show? Yeah, it showed for a little bit. It showed for a little bit. I don't know what happened. Yo, where the heck is Shade at, bro? Let's see, Jerry, I think my name. They say, give me that shit back. Yo, facts, bro. I don't think you could take it away, but I guess you could delete the name. I don't know, bro. It's whatever, dude. Oh my gosh, is that what I'm pulling up to go this? Yo, listen, if anybody needs the Salehe Crocs, I'm pulling up right now. Anybody needs Salehe Crocs, I got y'all. Yeah, yo, listen, if y'all need Salehe Crocs, I got you, bro. Congrats, Rafi, on the new membership. I appreciate that, my boy. LA, shout my boy LA in the motherfucking building, bro. I appreciate that, my guy. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you. I don't have any pants on. Oh my gosh, getting scrunch socks. Listen, hey man, listen, come on, man. Even though we got a little trolling here, you feel me? Shade does taking longer than a Travis website release. Listen, I know, gosh, you guys gotta realize, man, we gotta make a nice, cool entrance for Shade. You feel me? All right. Ravi dropped more memberships until Marissa shows up. Hey man, listen, okay. I think she's coming on soon. She said she's on her way here very, very soon. So you just got to give her a minute. She has to like literally set up. I don't remember the last time she was on someone's stream. So maybe she has to just have her all, you know how Marissa is. She has her whole setup and stuff like that. She got her camera. You feel me? Play the Rafi, little artist. Rafi out here to ask JTV all the important questions. Hey man, listen, we're just here vibing. Okay. Shout out to my boy Failed for the $2 donation. He says, I'm ready for the leader. Oh my gosh. Appreciate you, Failed. Thank you so much for the $2 donation.
Ready for the leader, cara sonriendo ligeramente.
Raph, you going to live on the shock drop goes right? Yeah, I will be live for sure. You guys, there was a ton of you guys that popped in for the live cop shock drop today, so I'll be live tomorrow morning. I don't even know what time. You know, people be asking me, yo, what time is the shock drop, this and this, bro. I would care less what time the shock drop is. No matter what, I'll be here. Okay, I'll be here regardless. I'll be here, and then if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it's not the end of the world, but we'll still be here. All right, Tito for the two.
Titox23 donated $1.99. Green is your color. It makes you look taller.
Tito for the 2. Green is your color. It makes you look taller, Tito says. All right, you know what? Late night stream. What's up, Rav? What up, Rios? What's good, my guy? What's good? Soon Deleon says 300 of y'all haven't hit that like button. Yeah, let's run it up to 200 likes. I'm gonna text her right now. You good? Everything good? Hold on. Everyone waiting for you. Oh man. I bet because I'm gonna be heads up. Oh yeah, she's typing. Let's see what she says. She's probably getting ready. She's probably ghost watching. You guys don't even know. She's probably ghost watching right now, reading y'all's comment. Oh no, she says, okay, hey, sorry, having some camera issues. Okay, no worries. Okay, yeah, she says no worries. I said, okay, no worries. Just let me know. Okay. Almost there. She says, almost there. Gotcha. We are excited. Yo, what I should say? Reinstalling. Say, gotcha. We are excited. She's done. Nah, she wouldn't do that, bro. She wouldn't do that. Niners suck. Ryan says, whatever, Ryan. Whatever, bro. Shout out to my boy Ryan for giving me this cup for Christmas last year. All right. She's having camera issues, chat. All right, listen. She's having camera issues. She said she's on her way. Hey, yo, she's flaking. Yo, relax. Hey, what kind of song should we put on for her? What kind of song should we? Hold on, we gotta get something. We need an entrance song, chat. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see. Is this even a song? Man, what kind of song should we put on? Bro. I like this one. I like this one. Hey, I like this one. Hey, I like that one. we gotta give her an introduction. Let's see. Put on Rocky. Oh, that is crazy. Julian says, "Be Humble" by Kendrick Lamar. Play the Undertaker theme. Tonight's Young and Me. Oh my gosh, bro. Y'all are crazy. That might be one right there. Play Sexy Red. No, we're gonna get clipped if we play some Sexy Red, bro. I'm not gonna hold you. You know what, I actually could play some Sexy Red. All I have to do is just like remove that one part when we play the song. Well, what up, Sneaker Ambition? What's good, my boy? Play the Mark Henry. What is the Mark Henry song, bro? No, I'm not gonna do the Mark Henry song, dude. Let's see, of all the leader song, you guys are crazy. Yeah, I need to stop. Play Sexy Red, play Gorilla, Let Her Cook. You know, you guys are crazy. No, we're not gonna do that. What up, Hugo? Let's it was good. No retailer stores will have the Jumpman Jacks on the 16th. Most releases are on the 26th. Me says, I don't know what's going on with the Jumpman Jacks, man. We'll see. Eye of the Tiger. Carlos, what up, dude? Crazy guy tonight. RPK says, hey man, listen, that's what happens when you have a drink in your cup. All right. Oh my god, can you hear me? Are we thumbs up? Can you give thumbs up? Oh my god. Hey, I gotta get this introduction right. Hold on, before I get you on here, I gotta get the introduction right. Boys and girls, hold on. We gotta get this shit right. Hold on, chat. We got a beautiful special guest.
I don't wanna be cruel, but here's the thing. What you thought we had never lasted.
We'll turn that shit off. What the shit was that, dude? Hold on, this song is whack. Hold the front door. Let me get Miss Marissa in here. What is up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh my god. Hey chat, can you hear you guys could hear her? Mic check 1 2. Oh my goodness. Everybody, let me introduce you guys. You guys already know Miss Shay TV in the freaking building, man. All right, hold on. Let me share the screen real quick. What is up?
Hey everyone.
What's up? I know you can't. I don't know if you could really see the chat.
I can't see you or the chat.
Yeah. So you won't be able to see me because we're on a separate thing. So
Okay.
Yeah,
got
but
it.
the chat could see you. If I don't know if you have a phone on the side where you could actually pull up, and then you'll be able to actually read the chat and then read everything else. Let me readjust real quick to get you squared away here. I don't know. You guys could see her, right? Yeah, we're good. We're good to go right here. I think this is good, chat. You guys like this view or what? Marissa right here, right here. We're good. Make sure you guys run it up. All right, for Shade TV in the freaking building, we got her. Yo, how you been?
I've been good. Busy. It's been quite the year. I
Yeah.
know that you've had quite the year.
Yeah.
You moved to Vegas.
Yeah, I'm in
That's
Vegas.
a huge move. You and the family uprooted. I love it. I was actually just out there. I hosted a huge event for YouTube creators in the Vegas area. And Rafi, I forgot you relocated there. I would have had you out at this dinner. Oh my gosh.
No,
But
it's
next
cool.
time.
It's cool. It's cool. I know next time you come down here, you gotta let me know so we can, hang out and stuff like that. But no. I'm that's good that you're doing well and stuff like that.
I gotta
but-
show the chat and you this new custom jacket YouTube just sent me today,
Okay.
which is pretty perfect, I think, for our conversation we're about to have tonight.
Hey, yo, YouTube, where's my jacket? You know what I'm saying? I wear like a medium, you feel me? So I need to get a nice little custom one. But before we move forward, introduce yourself. I mean, I'm sure most of the chat know you on social media, YouTube, on Twitter. So go ahead and do your thing.
Yeah. Hey, everyone. My name is Marissa Hill. People call me Shade. I have a channel as well, just like Rafi. But Rafi's an OG. So I'm such a newbie compared to you, Rafi.
No, don't say that.
Rafi's been in the game for quite some time on YouTube's platform. So kudos to you, Rafi, for all your accomplishments and everything that you've achieved.
I appreciate that.
But I create content on sneakers, just like pretty much everyone who's probably in the chat right now. You love sneakers just as much as both me and Rafi do, and that's why we're all here.
Yeah, so make sure you guys, all my moderators, if you guys are in here, put her link down in the chat. All right, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and stuff like that. First thing is first, congratulations on 100K. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
It's so crazy to me because I remember when we first talked back in like 2021. And you were just a very small. I mean, both of us, we were a very small channel at the time, and then you just kind of stayed in your lane and then just took off, which is a beautiful thing. I love it when I see my homies all their success and growing on their brand and stuff like that. And you've done a lot of different events when it comes around the YouTube platform, VidCon and stuff like that, which is really, really cool. So congratulations, that's really, really awesome. So
thank you, Rafi.
I
mean, it's definitely been a grind, and this is part of the whole mentorship program that I'm a part of. On YouTube's platform is really pushing women in this space, since there's very few of us in comparison to the men out there, to really work hard to achieve greatness in whatever that niche is that you want to make your own. And I guess before we get into the tweet that everybody is going to talk about, I want to give a little background about my story, why I started my channel, what I've been preaching, on other people's platforms at events such as VidCon and Vid Summit, is there has been a lack of women in this space for a very, very long time. And there is a huge reason for that. And I think that there are a lot of other male-dominated spaces that are lacking women as well. And it's something that women don't feel strong enough, because I don't think they feel like they have a community to back them to speak on this topic. But there is a lot of underground hatred that goes on behind the scenes. And I couldn't figure it out when I started my channel, wondering, why aren't there more women that are out here educating on sneakers and discussing topics and showcasing, their passion that they might have in this space? But as I embarked on this journey, I realized I get it. There is a huge problem in the niche, a huge problem, and the degrading that goes behind the scenes the gatekeeping that goes behind the scenes. It is to keep women out.
Yeah.
And not just any women, because when I talk about gatekeeping, which we'll get more into, it is a structure that certain individuals feel they can play God and create. And if you don't fit that mold, you can't play, you can't be a part, you can't educate, you can't talk about a certain topic.
Yeah.
And I'm here with my bare hands to break down those gates.
Right.
Because there's been a lot of women before me who have just tried to be a part of this space, be a part of the community, and they have been torn down.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of standing up to these gatekeepers, these people who feel like they have a say in who should be in this or who should not, I'm here to be that voice for those who don't feel like they can have one.
Right.
And this is for generations to come. This is why I decided to do this conversation with you, Rafi, because this is a war basically with women in this space. There will be very few women if this continues, the bullying, the hatred, the discrimination, and to not have the backing and the support system of others will continue to deplete the women in this space.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say in this space, I mean women who talk, who speak about product, who speak about sneakers, not somebody who sits behind a screen and comments, hateful comments things here and there, someone who photographs themselves, women who are able to get up in front of a camera, to get up on a stage, wherever it may be, and can actually hold their own and talk and discuss about something they love. And that goes with any niche.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, there has been a huge divide and a huge separation of segregation as to who can be a part of this. And that still, again, goes back to, if you don't dress like me, you can't be a part of this. You're not cool. If you don't talk about the sneakers I like, then you're not cool. You're not a part of the community or the culture, which is another thing I'll want to talk about. Is I've been waiting for somebody to establish a real definition of what they want to signify as the culture. Because if I say talk about a special, right? Are you going to take me out of the culture if this doesn't fit the specific sneaker that you want me to actually be talking about, right?
Yeah.
Or do I always have to cover something that's hype by certain people's standards, right? So there are these structures that I'm not okay with, and I'm fine speaking out about it, you know, but sure. I know that you have been attacked by these gatekeepers as well, Rafi, and part of that same thing goes into, do you fit the mold that they want you to fit in? And if you don't, then they'll attack you, and they'll attack you in droves.
Yeah, I see what you mean and stuff like that. Me personally, you know, people that's watched me for years and stuff like that, I don't give a shit what people think about me. You know what I'm saying? Like, my personality, I feel like, stands out to most because, you know, I'm a little bit different. In a way, of course, because I'm a family guy, I got kids and stuff like that, so a lot of people kind of relate to me in a way. And plus, as a Filipino and stuff like that, you don't see too many Filipinos doing this, you know what I'm saying? So like, I can see what you mean in a way, but like I said, everyone in this you know, in this niche has their own community, has their own you know, supporters.
There's so much space.
Yeah,
there's so much space, and it's so sad because, especially for women, you know, I don't know about you when you started your channel, Rafi, but when I started, I didn't want to create the same content as everybody.
Yeah.
Like, why would I do that? You know, I started my channel by doing fashion. I don't know if you remember before me, but who was doing the 3 standard looks? That was my signature. That is what I wanted to do. And that was a part of my life and just how I went about my day to day. And I wanted to put that into my content. That was my structure of how I wanted to do things. And I wanted to give 3 different looks because I know everyone has their different style, you know, and you may not like my style, but that's okay. Do you want to step outside and have everybody match you, wear the same things as you? That would be weird.
Right.
It'd be so strange.
Yeah.
So strange.
Yeah. And I like I said, and we, obviously a lot of people do appreciate what you do and what you represent, especially for the ladies as well, you know what I'm saying? Because there's not a whole lot of I mean, for me, there's only a couple ladies that I've seen in the sneaker space that actually does this. But I mean, obviously, there's a lot more out there that I probably don't know. You know what I'm saying? But it is nice that you do have that voice and the vocal to represent, the ladies in this space as well. So that is really, really awesome. Because I know, like, I got a question. Like, when you go to these VidCons and you go to these two of these events, like, what are you like? I'm just asking, like, what are you like discussing? You know, because I don't obviously tap into everything and stuff like that, but I do see you, kind of going to these events. So what are you up there like kind of speaking on?
Yeah, I want to give a quick shout out to LA3. Thanks for joining. Good to see you in here.
Come on, boy, LA.
So I mean, my biggest thing is I want to help as many people as I can in this space. And I've had to face obstacles, not victimizing myself. I'm just saying that, I definitely by far was attacked from the start. And I know that a lot of other creators are going through the same exact things as myself. And I want to provide information to help them fight through those obstacles and understand the roadmap that I took to kind of project myself through all of that noise to get to where I am today.
What was your toughest obstacle going through what you went through, as a female in this space? What was that one obstacle that you feel like that was the hardest?
I would definitely say when you're going into a space that is primarily male dominated, you're at a disadvantage from the start. Immediately. You don't have the viewership there. They don't know to find a female like you if you're somebody who's doing content completely different. And a lot of my fan base when I started my channel, Rafi, almost 100% men. I now have more women than I do men. It's about 60%, which shows me that women now have found someone they can relate to that they want to continuously watch. But, before that, a lot of the women that I've spoken to, they've been searching for someone like me, but they haven't found that, Not to hate on any other women who have started other channels. I think there are amazing women out there in this space doing their thing. And I've supported those women. I want to uplift women who want to grow in this space. And if I can use my platform to help them grow, I want to do that. I want to provide that support system. I had it from the guys. And I think that's the other thing is you need to get the men's support. As hard as it is to say, without men's support, it's really hard to grow in this space. So that's another huge challenge. You really, really need to have that support system. But Mons, for instance, I don't know if any of you know Mons Ramirez. Shout out to Mons. She is an incredible woman who is so knowledgeable on sneakers. Olivia SWL, also huge, impactful women when it comes to the European styles and trends that are going on in Europe. And one of the things I love about both Mons and Olivia is that we all live in different demographics. So things that we like are so different, like what's going on in Europe is so different than what's going on in New York, and what's going on in San Diego is not the same as far as what's going on necessarily here where I'm based. And so it's refreshing to have different insights and different opinions in the sneaker world from female perspectives, but also just females who live in different demographically, separate places around the world.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's awesome. Shout out to the chat once again. If you guys don't mind smashing that like button, once again, I really, really do appreciate you guys for tapping in. Shout out to Shade TV once again for coming on through as always. What I'm saying, we're just kind of vibing chat. What I'm saying, I know everybody, you feel me, wants to get into the tweet and stuff like that and what was kind of discussed on Twitter. I know you put out a tweet. Obviously that, shook Twitter a bit for the last, I would say a little bit over 24 hours. If you want to really kind of get into it, what was going on there? I was like, I understand what you were saying, because obviously what what you represent and stuff like that. And
hang on one second. I want to go back to somebody. Key is in the building. What Black women do you support? I want to ask you, Key, what kind of question is that? Because I actually support all women. I don't discriminate based on color or content of one's skin.
Was it someone in the chat you said?
Someone in the chat, yeah. Okay. I want to know. I don't discriminate. I create content based on the product itself and what I like. And whoever comes across my channel, I don't care what color you are. I really don't. I want an inviting community, and I don't want to segregate or discriminate against others who want to be a part of my channel.
As a specific question, thank you. Let me know. Shout out to the chat once again. Shout out to all my mods in the channel as well. I'm assuming you're probably waiting for the person that actually had said that. I'm not sure what the name was. Do you want to shout them out, specifically who it was that asked that question?
Yeah, she's saying I never said to discriminate, but you are. You're basically placing color on people. I'm a black woman as well, Key. I don't know if you know, my father is a black man. He was actually one of the first sneaker influencers in the 80s. He ran with Carl Lewis, Flojo the Great, the Joining Cursors. He made history on the Pan American team. I grew up around that culture. So by definition, by being a black woman, yes, I'm out here representing. So if you want to take that away from me, then that would mean you're God. And I'm sorry, you can't do that. You're not God.
You're Filipino and black, right?
Filipino, black.
Because your grandma, I remember you like a year ago, you posted your grandma at Christmas, and she was Filipino. Like she's is she Tagalog?
So she's Ilocano.
Oh, Ilocano. Okay, just like me.
Yeah, so she's from Tarlac.
Oh, okay, for sure. There you go. Let's see. Shouts out to all, everybody in the chat once again. Like I said, hey, this panel here that we have, just me and her. Like I said, you guys are more than welcome to ask the questions for Shade. She sees the chat, she sees the questions and stuff like that. So once again, if you guys have any questions for Shade, make sure you guys go ahead and ask those questions in the chat once again. Shout out to Shade, man. But like I said, going back to the tweet and stuff like that, man, that shook Twitter, man. I'm not gonna hold you. Like the entire feed was literally just everybody replying to that tweet, and I read a little bit of it. Obviously, I see what you meant in a way where obviously Complex Con is going to be this weekend. The entire panel obviously is a bunch of males, and you feel like there should be females representing in that panel.
100%.
You know what I'm saying?
If people read the entirety, because
right.
Bring back reading is another thing. People unfortunately don't make it to the end of paragraphs when you list them. So yes, if you read it in the entirety, you would have read that portion as well. Right. That was the end all goal in that statement. And understanding Complex Con and what Complex is in its whole, right? This is a media outlet. This is their organization. This is their event. This is what they're putting on, right?
Right. So
who are their individual spokespeople? Who works for Complex? Who's under their umbrella? I would assume that they would most likely use their spokespeople who are already creating content on their behalf to be the ones guiding these conversations. Right.
Okay, because I
know
know
that was part of the statement is underlining and defining what Complex Con is and who are these guys who are the ones who will be having this conversation about Sneaker of the Year.
Shout outs to Sneaker Ambition once again for the $5 donation. He said shout outs to all the wonderful women on the come up in the sneaker world and all the other spaces on YouTube. We welcome you with open arms. Shout out to my boy Sneaker Ambition for the $5 donation. I appreciate that. I guess it was like for me, like I got your point on that one and stuff like that, and reading onto it, because I know a lot of people definitely got rubbed the wrong way when it came to that tweet, and it was the statement of the leader of the sneaker space. So I guess with the people that obviously criticize that comment, what you said, what do you
have you ever had your words twisted, Rafi, where people twist the things that are actually right in front of them?
Oh, trust me all the time, especially on stream.
People perceive it as me claiming that I'm the leader. Leader can be perceived as different things, right? I'm leading a panel, I'm leading a conversation, right? I think people misinterpret things to make it fit their narrative. And it's unfortunate, because then you don't see the statements for what they really are. You're painting your own picture so that you can defend in the way and the manner that you want to. Correct?
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, as somebody who constantly and consistently creates content in this space as a woman, am I not paving a path for other women?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering.
Yeah, no, for sure. And that's what I got from it, because obviously a leader could be a lot of things, right? And obviously in that perspective, like, you have a space, you have a platform, you have viewers, you have supporters that you lead, you know, that's why they subscribe, that's why they follow you, because, you know, they
you
look
lead
up.
your conversations, Rafi.
Right,
you are a
exactly.
leader. You're
Right.
leading this chat right now.
Right.
That is a definition of a leader.
Mm-hmm.
You're guiding people to a conversation.
Mm-hmm. Shout out my boy Flip or Drip, man. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships in the freaking chat. I appreciate that, my guy. That's shout out my boy Flip or Drip. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. I appreciate that. I appreciate you explaining that, because I know, like I said, it was all over Twitter, and I know everyone was kind of attacking you in different directions. I mean, like,
I think people have been waiting to attack me, and I'm loving it.
I mean,
because you know what? It's showing their true colors. A lot of these people who've been attacking me, by the way, have been attacking me since I started my channel. Just to let all of you know, again, not playing the victim, but, you know, people who get tossed out from the gatekeepers, the board keepers, shall we say, you know, they send me messages, they send me these communities that were created to basically take me down, to get me to stop creating. That is their objective. You know, they want to get you to stop creating and doing what you do, especially if you hit a certain level of success. I think it's funny, you know, when I got my plaque, a lot of people started to basically dismantle and try and act like, oh, well, you know, YouTube's giving out smaller plaques this year, or it's just not what it used to be when you got plaques back in the day. It's a huge accomplishment for anyone. I don't care when you receive the plaque. It is a huge accomplishment. Right. And to demean somebody, to me, just makes me feel like you're envious. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and like I get it. Like, obviously, you know, with the topic that was brought up and stuff like that could be very subjective and stuff like that, and people have their own opinions and stuff like that. But like, it got to a point where, like, man, people started judging your looks, how the way you dress. It was like, man, what you know what I'm saying? It got to like, what was the point? You know, what was the principle, if at all, of criticizing the tweet to a point where people started judging you? I was like, man, this is crazy.
Oh no, they were taking photos of me, degrading me. This was the obstacle I told you about from the start, Rafi. As a woman, you know, then they go and they start talking about the way that you look, and they start degrading the way that I dress. There are so many content creators out there. Then go and find somebody that you like how they style themselves. I mean, the point was for me to do it differently. I want to hit a different audience. And you know, a lot of these people don't realize, like, maybe my audience isn't fully your audience. You know, there is a huge world of people, and all of us need sneakers. I mean, a majority of individuals own at least one pair of sneakers. And I don't want to create a divide between people who started collecting yesterday versus who started collecting 20 years ago. You know, I think there's a huge ageism problem in the community as well, where people try and assume my age and they think they've been doing this longer than me. Right. These people don't know who I am, and I don't have to tell you my story. It doesn't matter when I started. And that's what I love about creating my own community, is I have open arms for everyone. Right. I'm not going to tell you that you're not knowledgeable enough to have a conversation with me about a topic, or I have only retros. You don't have enough retros. Stop trying to dismantle and segregate people based on that. Like, why does it have to be that way? Right. Okay. Shout out to Shay TV once again. On the positive note, I mean, with some of the projects you've done, and you know, a lot of the successes that you've done this year, I know, trying to, you know, switch the mood up a little bit, because I know. I mean, I'm sure you had a lot of tweets coming back and forth with you and stuff like that, and obviously that doesn't really, because I know you have really thick skin. I don't really bother you too much, because at the end of the day, you're gonna keep doing what you're doing. You're gonna keep, you know what I'm saying, work on your craft and your projects and stuff like that you've done. But this year itself, like, what are some of like the you know, the projects that you've worked on
that you've accomplished this year when it comes down to like YouTube and stuff like that? Because like I know you're everywhere. Like you go to like, you know, you go to what's it called? What was that one event that you went down in San Diego? What was that event? Comic-Con and stuff like that. I know you went to VidCon, which is really, really cool because it's like, man, like you're like going worldwide with all this stuff. And like I guess like what are some of the stuff that you've done? I mean there's a lot of women in this chat that could probably, you know, get some inspiration by you, like what you've done this year that to get where you're at this year.
I mean, it all comes down to hard work. I think, you know, a lot of people want things handed to them because they look a certain way, and it doesn't work like that. I'm sorry. Like, you know, people like to say pretty privilege. That's BS. That's a myth. I have worked my butt off since the start, from the ground up, no handouts. You know, people like to call me an industry plant, which it's funny because a majority of those people who call me an industry plant actually come from the industry, which I think is quite humorous. Yeah. So, you know, for me, I think it's really sad because, as you know, Rafi, it's no easy feat to be out here, to put yourself out here. You are vulnerable to attacks and things like that. So you do have to have thick skin to be in this. And I think that I've just been super goal oriented, and I want to expand, not just outside of the content I'm already creating, but in other hobbies that I've had interest in for a very long time. And again, starting from scratch, starting from square one and working your way up to the top. That's the only way to do it. You know, having these speaking engagements where you're running panels with these people who have won Emmys. I mean, it's just goes to show that hard work really does pay off. And it can get you to places you never thought you could ever exist or be in.
What are some of the like tips you think that you feel like that you've used fundamentally to get where you're at, like networking and stuff like that, and talking to the right people? Because I mean, there's a lot of content creators that, you know, obviously could get invited to all these other, you know, events and stuff like that. Like, what are things that you've done to, like, you know what I'm saying, to get in that type of position?
I always feel like the people who have good intentions, when you put that good energy out there, the universe aligns you with everything you need, you know? And I think I just, in general, I enjoy helping people. I enjoy motivating people naturally. And through that, you know, doors just open in that way. And the relationships that I've started since I had my channel, I've kept those relationships. They're 5-year relationships with brands, you know, doing partnerships. It's not just partnerships to me. It's building those real, actual relationships, you know, and making these friends who then become family. I think that is the secret, you know, and knowing that you're going to have haters every time you hit these successful stages in your career, you know, and I hate to say it, it is what it is. It's a part of our world that we're in, but you know, it drives me. I'm a freaking athlete, man. I am a fighter, and you know, playing volleyball in college, I played in the NCAA championships with a blown out knee.
Sheesh.
I crawled on that floor. So those who are coming at me, they have no clue what type of girl I am. You think, oh, she's a model, this and that. No. I have been an athlete my whole life.
Jeez. You said volleyball? You play volleyball? Damn. How tall are you?
5'9".
5'9"? Man.
Or 5'10", I guess.
5'10"?
Technically. Yeah.
Dang. Man, listen. All right, volleyball, I can't ever do volleyball. I don't even think I could touch the net. But I
gotta say something, Rafi. You have an amazing community, by the way. Shout out to the community that supports Rafi.
I appreciate that.
I really, truly think that you have just done wonders for the community, especially in the live space. Just for those of you who know, like, doing lives, it's super complicated to be on here. And what you do is a craft. It really is, versus, you know, creators who do more edited style work. Doing live is no easy feat, and there's very few of you out here doing what you do. And the fact that, like, you can bring in this crowd outnumbers, honestly, all these haters that attack all of us on a day-to-day basis. And I think that's what they're most fearful is your community. I
appreciate that.
You are for the people, and I love it.
I would say this. All right, it's a little small flex. All right, 80. This is from today. 83% of you guys that subscribe to the channel watch the motherfucking content. All right, which as a content creator, you know how difficult that analytic is in this type of space, especially for sneakers. 83% of you guys that are subscribed to the channel watch the content, and I take pride of that. I know a lot of people care about the numbers and the views and stuff like that. And like I've told everybody on my platform, including anyone that's, you know, my homies like you, it's like, you know what I'm saying, like your supporters are the reason why you're successful. And I feel like a lot of creators nowadays wonder why I'm not growing, why is this, why is that, because you gotta, like, some creators forget like why they made it up there. You know what I'm saying? You can't forget the people that brought you up there, which is the people that watch your content, you know. And we've seen this in the last 2 years where like views are down, you know, and this and this and this and that, where, you know what I'm saying, like I feel like a lot of people definitely forget about that, where like your viewers are really the key factor of your brand. And you know what I'm saying, like you could put out someone that has like 60, 70, 80,000, 100,000 followers on Instagram is like ready to put out some merch or ready to put out this for their brand, but only 3-4 sales. Because like people don't forget the fundamentals of being a content creator is communicating with their followers, commenting, liking, you know, when people reach out to your DMs, replying to them, you know what I'm saying? I feel like that is very, very important. Like I've already said this, man, I'm only at 70.
Sorry to interrupt you,
No,
Rafi, because I need to go back, because when I say that there's a lot of gatekeepers and haters, the majority of them, unfortunately for us women, are actual women. So somebody brought pretty privilege back up, and I want to talk about how much I've done on my channel. I've unboxed over 1,000 sneakers. Over 1,000 sneakers since I've started my channel. I produced and edited and put together over 3.5 thousand videos. So if you want to show me a case study or an example of the pretty privilege that you're talking about, I want to show you my work ethic and how hard I've worked to get here. And the proof is right there on all of my pages. It's evident. And you know this, Rafi, how hard is it to edit videos? How time consuming is it to create content? And I do it consistently.
For sure. Oh, for sure. That's why I do live streams. Easier. There's no edit. It's like once I start videos, like, damn, I gotta edit, gotta do this. But imagine someone that does like content on the daily basis, whether if you're on TikTok, Instagram, you know, YouTube, Facebook, whatever the case is. Like once you start doing the editing, it's like, man, everyone is very specific, because like all the editing transitions, that's a lot of work. Like people don't understand it. It is a lot of work. That's why
someone says, do you want a cookie, Rafi? And I'm gonna have to object to that. No.
Hey man, actually, listen, I want a cookie, bro. Listen,
my work actually is evidence of my success. It is the work that I've put in. But you know, people want handouts these days.
Yeah. I mean, in this space of sneakers, it's obviously, do you feel like you have to compete in this space?
Oh, I mean, as you can see in the community now, I'm being attacked by women. I mean, that is, again, going back to why there aren't very many women, is there is a small group that collectively try and attack and bully other women who don't fit the mold. And it's like, why can't you make room for more of us? I don't want to do the same content or dress the same way as everyone. Why can't you let me have my individuality?
Have you done collabs with other content creators in the women's, I mean, like with other
100%. I have a, podcast I do with Mons. She and I do weekly conversations. I've brought guests on. I used to do spotlights on women as well when I started the channel. And, a lot of women have told me straight up, like they've started their YouTube channels because I've inspired them. And there's nothing more rewarding than hearing that or seeing that and seeing these women grow in the space. It's what we need more of instead of degrading and bringing women down. And there are women out there that have content on YouTube that degrade women constantly. I don't want to use my platform for that. And that's why I think this conversation is so important. In chat, anyone that's in here, stand up for us. There's very few women out there, and there will be very few women if you let this group attack every woman who wants to just have a seat at the table to talk in their own individual way.
Okay, I got a question. I know you've said women, ladies, and stuff like that. Is there? Are you comfortable saying the names that you're talking about? Because I know you're.
They're in here right now.
Oh,
they're in here right now.
Oh, okay.
Right now.
They're in here, chat. Hey, man,
they're in chat. They have side conversations about me because those friendships that break off, they show me text messages and threads of how they're talking about me behind their backs. You know, I just wish they could use that time and energy to create good content. Build your community, continue to grow it. I mean, use that energy and that hatred and go and put some work and invest in a channel, in a community. If that community doesn't agree with me, then go and build your own if you don't like me.
I think, wait, you said these women, these individuals are
content they're creators? In here right now. Yeah, they're in here right now. They've been waiting for this moment to attack me. You know, and I've been in actual conversations with, you know, groups with women, and they love to gang up. You know, they call me the mean girl, but I'm like, I don't have a crew that gangs up on women. I'm not here to, you know, take women down. I champion women.
Hey man, listen, chat. Hey man,
actually, you know what? While we're on this, Raph, if you have the clip I sent you, I want to show chat a prime example of what I mean by women degrading other women and bringing them down. Actually, it's 3 women degrading the woman that was on the panel last year.
Wait, what was the panel call you said?
Well, no, it was the whole sneaker awards and giving the best sneakers of last year. So they actually had a woman on that panel, and the woman in the community just criticized her left and right. So then it comes down to, is the woman you want, or do you have to pick the specific woman that fits who you think should be representative of all women?
Gotcha.
It's an honest question, right?
Yeah.
Because they'll never be happy if it's somebody outside of their group.
I got a question for you, Shade. I got a question for you. Would there, listen, I'm all about, listen, I grew up with 4 of their sisters, you know what I'm saying? I know how this, you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, like, I out of all this, because you guys already know, my platform knows, I'm all about positivity and everyone getting along and stuff like that. Is there a sense where, like, you feel like you could have a conversation with these ladies, like, and kind of hash it out, or you feel like it's not going to go anywhere?
The reason I'm having this conversation with you is to shed light to your community, because you actually have a real community. Yeah. And to pass this along to other women, even your daughters. Like, imagine your daughters, when they grow up, they're not going to be able to have conversations about sneakers because they don't look a certain way, they don't dress a certain way. So they're going to get criticized and ridiculed online for talking about a topic that people feel they can tell you whether or not you can or you can't.
Yeah.
No, that's the only reason I decided to take this, because most of them would love to have me in a chat.
Sure.
But they want it because they bring their numbers. They want 20 women who don't represent all women. I'm sorry. You don't represent every single woman in this world. You are a small percentage of it. Yeah. But, you know, imagine it's like high school.
Yeah.
So you're going to take your mean girl group, table of 20, and you're going to go attack and just hate on one individual person.
Yeah.
No, I've seen it happen to women already on these spaces, and it's sad.
So so like I said, I'm, you know what I'm saying? I like it when, you know, people come together, you know, kumbaya, you feel me? Everyone shake it off. You know, at the end of the day, everyone has their own lane and stuff like that at the end. Because I feel like there's like a miscommunication. Because I feel like some of you ladies, and especially men, like, you could come together and just all be one and like grow together. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel like that could happen. And obviously there's tension. There's this and that. She said this, she said that, and stuff like that. But like, obviously,
I'm just bringing it to light, Rafi.
Right?
Finally.
Yeah, of course.
You know, I actually, if you go to my content, I am strictly about the product.
Yeah.
I don't go into politics, Rafi. I don't talk about other people on my channel. my channel is not about that. Like,
Yeah.
I know what my community is coming there for, and that's what I'm going to present and give them.
Right.
You know, I'm not going to waste my time on these silly little matters. This will probably be the last few times you're going to hear me even have this discussion.
Yeah.
But I think it's an important discussion because people are asking the questions, where are all the women?
Right.
Where are they?
So basically, you're just trying to shed light. Basically, you're just trying to shed light.
I'm trying to shed light
Yeah.
to basically paint a picture as to why there are few women in this space.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because no matter what, obviously that tension's always going to be there. But obviously, you're not going to pay too much mind to it, and you're just going to keep doing what you're doing, which as you
Sorry,
should.
one more thing.
Yeah.
So this is the thing that men don't have to actually deal with. And somebody said something about the camel toe. So the person she's talking about, this is actually public on their podcast. She actually is talking about her specific camel toe.
Is this?
a video
I'm
that made her
I'm gonna
go
say her
viral.
name on the chat. Is this Kay?
Yeah. This
Okay,
is
okay.
not.
Sorry, I
not
wasn't reading the
Kay.
chat.
Not Key. No, it's not Key.
Not Key?
But she basically, who she's referring to, actually talks about this. It's live. It's public. I can't even take credit for saying it. I mean, she said it on her podcast specifically with her host. They were all talking about it. So, you know, I think women, unfortunately, sometimes get subjected to criticism for over sexualizing themselves. I'm a family friendly channel, Rafi.
Yeah.
I don't care how you want to present, you know, shoes. But for me specifically, I choose to be family friendly. I want your little girls to be able to watch my channel, Rafi.
Yeah.
I want your wife to be able to watch my channel. I want your mom to be able to watch my channel. That is what I built the foundation of my channel to be,
Right.
you know? And I feel like there are certain women who degrade other women for over sexualizing themselves in sneakers, but then they're hypocrites because they go and do it themselves.
Mm-hmm. So, okay. So there, you said there's a couple people in the chat that you had mentioned that's in here right now that you were kind of pointing out, right? So, okay. So, like I said, once again, I appreciate you. You know, obviously you just want to shed light to it all, and obviously you just kind of want to, what's the stance with it all? Because I know it's been going on for the last 24 hours on Twitter and stuff like that. How can you move on? How can we all move on with this? You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, I mean, obviously we appreciate you shedding light to the ladies and stuff like that, and the creators out there and whatnot. We do appreciate what you represent and stuff like that, because obviously no matter what, there's gonna be, like, you know what I'm saying, like, back and forth. It don't even matter, chat. Listen, there's always gonna be people going back and forth, and especially with the men too in this space. But I know, you know what I'm saying, like, at the end of the day, it is what it is. And you know what I'm saying, I really do hope that a lot of people out there that does this content, stuff like that, you know, could find some sort of peace, you know. You know, shouts to Shay TV in the motherfucking building.
I mean, at the end of the day, Rafi, if you attack me, which this specific person did,
yeah,
be ready to take it back. I'm
yeah.
sorry.
So basically,
like,
you throw rocks, I'm gonna throw rocks back.
You put your fist up first, I'm going to bring it back. But also, you know, when you have things out there that aren't representative for the public to see, of course, like, especially making certain statements.
We gotta roll this. Honestly, listen, I want to make Shade obviously comfortable, because I was like, man, I gotta roll this clip or something. I gotta watch this shit.
I'll give you the timestamp. You can watch it. You can watch it later. But I mean, just to prove a point, though, I'm using my platform to improve and empower, you know, what's been missing in sneaker YouTube, and that's women voices. And unless people help back us up and speak on our behalf to support us, it's going to be a dying place for women, because you've got these other groups who will ridicule other women who dare to be different, to try to be different. You know, I know amazing woman creator who kind of got big because she wore Converse to her prom. Yeah. People hated on her because they were like, Converse isn't cool. You're so lame. Who cares? Let the girl wear Converse. Yeah. That is what she's been wearing her whole life. But like, you're going to attack her. Why? Because you don't like Converse? Let the girl live.
Is, sorry to point out, is Kay part of that podcast?
No. He's not part of the podcast.
He's not part of the podcast.
But she is part of their group of
part
friends.
of the group. Yes. But is
it is a group, a massive group of the same people, as you'll see with comments that are coming at me.
I've seen their podcast before with Marcus Jordan. I think is that the one you're referring to?
I mean,
okay. Oh no, you're good. But is any of those individuals in the chat?
Probably as maybe hidden names or through other people. We'll see.
Okay.
See if any of them are in here and they'd like to speak up today.
Hey man, listen. Hey man. Hey, hey. We're all about speaking their minds and stuff like that, and that's why I brought you here, because I feel like a lot of people that that watch my channel as well was questioning about it this morning, and there was a ton of people questioning about it. So I was like, you know what, haven't had Shay TV come on here and speak her mind and stuff like that, and I don't mind.
Let's just put it this way, Rafi. There are a lot of toothpaste individuals out there who like to pretend and save face depending on what it is that they are trying to accomplish in the sneaker community.
You wouldn't listen. I know you don't want to go this too far, but what I'm saying, because I just want you as comfortable as possible. I know a couple people said they don't mind jumping on here, speaking to you and whatnot, but I don't know. Maybe we'll save it on a different day. I don't know. Like I said, because we're already in this topic. It's up to you how comfortable you are. But I don't know, chat. You guys let me know, man. Shout out to you guys in the chat that that keeping the chat going and stuff like that. And I know Marissa, you know what I'm saying? She seems feel me, chat. I'm just vibing, you know what I mean? I wear for the 13-month re-up. Someone says bring key up. So let the girls
see
talk.
What she says. Let's see it. Yeah.
Are you down? Are you down for her to come on here?
Yeah.
Yo, Key. Listen, Key. If you could hit me up on Instagram at Rafi Collects, hit me up. I could send you the link. Get you these ladies to speak to one another. Like I said, we got to keep it, I'm trying to respectful. You guys, at the end of the day, we're grown adults here. So, what I'm saying? Because I feel like there's a miscommunication. I feel like I'm trying to reunite the ladies, you know what I'm saying? Because it shouldn't be.
Listen, Rafi, I have tried.
Yeah.
I've tried, but what can you do when people just don't like you?
Okay,
they don't like what you've achieved. They don't like what you're doing. They don't like your content. They don't like your style. I mean, it is what it is. I'm not going to sit here and appease people to try and fit in. I want to be who I am. This is me.
Key, what was your Instagram handle? If Key could, anybody could get in the chat, post her IG real quick so I could see. She said it said sent, but I don't think I got a DM specifically from Key. I don't know her IG name. I got a bunch of China fake stuff shoes sent to me, so I got, what I'm saying, I got a lot of DMs, so you just gotta let me know. Let's see. Let me see in the chat. You got time, right? Yeah. Shade, you good? We're good to go. Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
If Key's in the chat, let me know. I don't know if you try to DM me on Instagram, DM me on Twitter. All right. Yo, shout out my boy Fit Dad AK in the motherfucking building though, man. Hey, listen, welcome back to the PM streams. That's all I gotta say. You wrote me. Okay, Key, if you don't mind putting your IG in the chat so I could just look for you. I think that's gonna be a little bit easier because my DMs are just not up to par. You know what I'm saying?
You're so popular, Rafi.
What's up?
You're so popular.
Hey man, listen. Hey man, I try. I don't know because listen. I don't know who watches me, so you just never know who watches. I tell people all the time, you just never know who's watching. You just never know who's watching. Okay, so it's key to your soul. Okay, Key. I got you, Key. I got you, homegirl. I got you. Key. Man, listen, chat. Am I saying that right? Key to your soul. Oh, I've seen her before. What's good? This is Key. I'm gonna follow you. I got you, Key. Okay, I've seen her before. That's I be seeing her all over Twitter. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna send you the link on Instagram. You could join however you want to join. Let me see. Get that. Copy link. Key, I got you. I just sent you the link. All right, I just sent you the link, Key. All right, I sent you the link. Hopefully you can follow me back too. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm playing. Shout out to Key once again. I've seen her on Twitter. A couple times. I know she's really close friends with Kari, aka Sneaker Fetish and stuff like that. So I know that she's so we're gonna get her on here, chat. All right. Hey man, hey, run it up. Hit that like button. All right, press that like button. I appreciate you guys. If you guys enjoying this, hey, shout outs. Shade, I don't know if you drink or not. I don't think you don't, right? You don't drink wine or anything like that.
I'm good.
You're good.
I'm
All
good.
right. So hey, I just got a nice little buzz ball. Let me see if she pops in here. And then we'll go from there. So we'll wait for a little bit until she pops in, and then we'll go from here, chat. All right. She says she's let's see. We'll see. I have to wait until she pops up, but I'll let you guys know when she does. But what was is there a couple other stuff that you got going on the rest of the year? What you got going on for the rest of the year?
Holidays. I mean, it's been a rough year. I lost my mom a month ago to cancer.
I'm sorry for your loss, for sure. I saw that.
But I'm working on some charities and gonna really support the cancer my mom unfortunately passed from. So, I think unfortunately as creators, when we have these things that happen in our day-to-day life, you have to keep strong and you got to keep going. So I want to help others. I want to support others and those who didn't have the funds that, they need basically to help fight this ovarian cancer that my mom passed from. I want to help build more research and embed that into, the whole system of how can we basically detect ovarian cancer in women earlier. So we'll be doing some funding for that soon. And I have some huge projects under the works of, helping those who are fighting cancer and bringing more cancer research into the mix.
Facts. That's honestly beautiful, Shade. For real. Like I'm so sorry for your loss. I remember I reached out to you about that, and I am so sorry for your loss. For real. So and keep working hard, honestly, Shade. Like, you're doing an amazing job. You have a great platform. You have a great following and stuff like that. And the dedication that you have on your craft is really, really beautiful to watch.
Just a little side note as to a huge part why I started my channel, by the way, Rafi. So when my mom actually was diagnosed, I wasn't able to fly to see her. The doctors wouldn't allow me to be near her because they thought I would actually get her sick by getting on an airplane and being around people. So they wanted her specifically quarantined so that she wouldn't get sick while she's going through her chemo. Yeah. And that's when I really wanted to create some form of myself for her to watch to keep her mind actually off of this cancer. And so a huge component, honestly, which got me into really wanting to start my channel, was to give her something to take her mind off of this chemotherapy and the hardships of, watching your body just deteriorate over time. Yeah. And I do believe that she lived longer because my channel excited her and she looked forward to it. Most of you who follow me, I don't know if you know this, but my mom actually was in every single live that I ever did. Every single live. Every single one. She didn't miss one live.
Jeez. Well, that's like, shout out to the chat once again for putting everything aside and sending their condolences and love to Shade once again. And F cancer for sure. I know one of my best friends just lost his mom 2 years ago from cancer, and I would not. I don't know how it feels to lose a loved one in my family, and I know it definitely really, really genuinely sucks.
I would not wish cancer upon anyone. I would say, to watch somebody torturously fight for their life is one of the most brutal things you could ever experience. And this cancer, for women out there, please, please, please go and get checked. The men in this chat, tell your women to get checked for ovarian cancer. There are very little symptoms that will alert you to even having ovarian cancer. The earliest symptom is bloating, if you can believe it. That is the only research that they've really gained in understanding and acknowledging, like, this is a symptom of potential ovarian cancer. But, you know, my mom ended up with stage 4 ovarian cancer. It moved into her lungs, into the bones of her lungs. And, you know, the hardest part is actually my mom basically lived her life caring and supporting cancer patients. She worked in a hospital specifically for cancer patients.
Wow.
And so, you know, she was someone who saved a lot of lives in her lifetime. So she was something special.
Jeez. Well, we appreciate you sharing that for real, because I know a lot of people deal with cancer. We've lost, I don't know if you saw my post 2 weeks ago. We had a supporter that just lost his wife from cancer suddenly, you know, and we lost a collection family member a year ago from cancer. So we definitely know how that definitely feels in this space, and we definitely
literally, if anyone needs any support, anyone to talk to, feel free to reach out to me. It is something you can never prepare yourself for when you're experiencing it for the first time. There's nothing online that you could read. There is nothing. And the best support system you can have, honestly, is people who have gone through it, who've experienced it.
100%. 100%. Someone said my dad passed away from cancer. My father-in-law passed away with cancer. My mother-in-law is breast cancer survivor. Well, there you go. Shout out to Jay Bays. His mother-in-law was a breast cancer survivor. So shout out to Jay Bays once again for that.
My grandmother as well. Stage 3 breast cancer, and she's a survivor. She's still kicking, still here with us today.
Here we go. Salutes to that, for real, man. Great to hear. Facts, Alan. Shouts to my boy Alan in the freaking building. I appreciate you guys. Oh, okay. So Key says she's here. So like I said, I'm gonna do a nice little introduction with Key. I get to know her a little bit. Key, I don't know if you want to show cam. That's fine if you don't want to. We'll get you in here. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready. You ready? You good? Thumbs up. All right. We got Key in the motherfucking building. What up, Key?
Crazy. What's up? How are you? First of all, I look crazy right now. Please do not mind me.
You look fine, girl.
I look crazy too. What's up, Key? I didn't really get to, you know, I know I've seen you on Twitter and the Twitter space and stuff like that, and I don't think I've, you know, introduced myself to you. So my name is Rafi. I appreciate you, you know, tapping in and stuff like that.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. I know there was obviously talks with obviously you've been tapping in and stuff like that with the stream, and heard the conversations and stuff like that. So wanted to kind of hear your thoughts and see, you know, what you wanted to say and stuff like that. This is the floor. You can say whatever you want. You could curse. I don't care, you know, and whatnot.
I want to keep it respectful because
for sure.
I know that people are expecting me to come up here and turn up and probably call all types of names, but I'm not going to do that. Like, that's crazy. But I think a conversation can be had. I think that my problem, because first things first, when I responded to Marissa yesterday, everyone was kind of stuck on the leader thing or whatever. I didn't even mention leader. My biggest thing was like, I felt like you wrote that and you didn't have a solution. And your response to that was, oh, well, it's not my publication, it's Complex's or whatever the case is. And I kind of just felt like, yes, it's their thing or whatever the case is, but it's like, you can't write that whole thing and talk about women being qualified as if there weren't any women being qualified. And then I asked you specifically, I said, okay, so it's clear that I feel, or we talked about on Twitter, it was mad women that we mentioned that's not even creators with like that didn't work with brands, just people that have really been like in the community. So I was like, if we see that it's these women qualified, who are the women that you see qualified? And you couldn't give me an answer. So I just found that crazy, because not that you owe me anything, but I'm just like, if this is what the conversation is, why not put other women out there? Because the one thing I did agree with was that it shouldn't be just anybody on that stage. I absolutely agreed with that. And then to your point, you was talking about earlier with Ralph, you're like, oh, the woman that was on there last year, like people complained about that. People complained about that because respectfully, she's great and she does what she does in the beauty section. But the reason why she was up there is because she's Don C's wife. Right. Okay. So it's like, if we want women like us or whatever the case is, we kind of have to fight for that at this point. And I feel like your post didn't do anything but divide it, because it's like, well, I don't think any woman should be up there or whatever. It's like, okay, so who do you think should be up there? Because you didn't even pick yourself.
I didn't say that. I think you're, again, misconstruing my words. But let me ask you one question to start.
Yeah.
Define complex con. What is complex con?
Complex con has a lot to do with just like culture in general. I know it's not just sneakers.
But who puts on complex con?
Complex.
So who's a part of complex? Who are the people that represent complex?
Jayla Puma, Matt, and Brandon.
Are there any women?
There's not any women, and that's the problem.
So there's a bigger underlying problem here, right? So if you put up a woman for a few hours and then that's it, are you making or moving or doing anything to change how things are?
I think I know where you're going with this, but that still defeats the
no,
point,
I think this is a very important point.
And I think it's a bigger conversation. Because if I'm
Complex is a media organization. You do not work for them. I do not work for them.
Right. So our voices don't matter because we don't work for them?
I'm just saying, these three people are salaried staff. They work for Complex. They are the voice of Complex. Consistently, they are writers. They are the voices on all of their channels. So I think it's important to establish first, which is why I asked you, what is Complex Con and who is putting it on? That is very important to establishing what I said in context. And it is marketed male leaning. Everyone knows this. Is it not?
I'm trying to get where you're going here.
Who is Complex's main demographic? Like if you were to look at their analytics to see who actually
I'm not here to talk numbers or analytics. I think we need to get back to the point.
I think it's very important, actually. And I think it's important because that is where the choices are made.
And we understand that, but this is why we have these conversations. So you being a leading person or a woman in sneakers and pretty much going against that, that's the problem. It doesn't matter if we work for them or not.
How am I going against that, Key? Please establish that sentiment.
I literally just said what my problem with the tweet was. You didn't come with the solution. You pretty much just said, I understand why they didn't have a woman up there or whatever, because if you are going to have a woman up there, you need to have a woman that can pretty much hang with the boys. Is that not what you said?
No, I didn't say that.
You didn't say that?
No, you're misconstruing. You're misconstruing.
Do we have to go back to the tweet?
We can go back to the tweet.
Girl.
I'm gonna say something here with not having a solution. So my solution one, having my own platform that I speak on, that is one of the solutions. If you cannot sit, if they will not accept you at their table, you create your own space, your own community, which I've done. And
that's not what you said, though. That's not what you said. That's not how you explained that.
No, because I don't need to say that, Key, because I've already done it.
So
I've already created a solution, which you're asking me to give you a solution. I'm doing what I can on my part. I actually started my own media outlet too. And I have a whole staff of writers because I don't like some articles that are written out there. And I think it can be done better. So when I see problems, I fix it myself. And I put the work in because instead of wasting my time and bickering back and forth, I actually work all day long and I am creating content all day long. I am talking to brands all day long. I am literally writing and working with a staff and running a staff all day long. I spend and commit my life to this passion and whatever I can. Those are solutions and they may be long-term, but they may get somewhere at some point in time. So if you want me to give you a specific person, I'm not going to do that. I
didn't say person. I said women, like as a whole. Go ahead though.
So,
and then you also said if you want a seat at the table, you do the work. And then what I also responded was like, exactly, you can do the work, but you can still be overlooked because that's a fact.
I mean, it is a fact with anything that you do. But if you don't do the work, how will you know? How will you know?
And that was again, This is the point of the whole conversation, because we all agreed, and maybe you don't agree. The point of the conversation, because that's why I said maybe you didn't see everything that was going on Twitter. The point of it is that there are well enough women to be qualified to be on that panel. That was the point.
Let me ask you something, Key. Tell me about this sneaker.
You trying to be funny right now? Because we're not doing that.
Funny. I'm just wondering. I just have a question about other brands.
Other brands, okay.
Who are covering certain things. I don't see a lot of people talking about these up and coming women. I don't see them doing that. I think I see a lot
up and coming women. It's not just up and coming women, it's women in general. Outside of people that just wear Nike and Jordan, because that was another one of your points too, correct?
So when people, like, if you could, like, imagine flip the table and your viewers, what shoe, is there a brand that people like say this is Key's signature, this is what she primarily talks about? Or would you say you're well versed in all sneakers? I
would say I'm pretty well versed for the most part. For the most part.
Hoka, you cover Asics.
I mean, I don't cover anything because I'm not a reviewer. Like, I get dressed. Okay. So that's my lane.
Okay. So you've established that. So then what do you consider yourself a primary person that you think would be a good fit for this panel?
Do I? Yeah. Honestly? So here's the thing, right? Because we're talking about complex, right? And we're talking about how their lists in general have formulated over the years, right? So you're making it seem like they actually touch on Hoka and all of these other brands, or that sneaker you just picked up and tried to be funny and try to school me on. They don't even talk about that.
I'm not trying to school you. I'm just
wondering. You are. It's okay though. I'll peep it. But that's neither here nor there. The point is, their list is usually Nike, Jordan, Adidas, some hype shit that nobody could get their list, nobody could get their hands on, etc. So with that, I don't understand your logic when you're trying to say like, oh, well, do you feel like you're well versed? Because they're not even well versed, and they also have biases when it comes down to Nike and Jordan. Everyone knows that. What's his name? Welty. He doesn't even care for Jordan brand. He's a New Balance guy. What are we talking about right now?
Well, Welty actually does review those sneakers that you say they don't cover. I would say that on a perspective level, Welty does cover these shoes that nobody cares to touch or no one cares to review. JLP does as well.
My point being that those sneakers or whatever is not going to be a part of the conversation. So back to what I was saying, when you're like, oh, like someone needs to be well versed or whatever the case is. Yeah. So back to what I was saying, there are women that actually wear outside of Nike and Jordan brand, because you made it seem like it wasn't.
Yeah, and I do think that there is a difference from wearing and creating content where you're actually educating and speaking through voice as well as writing. I think those are some main differences as well. And I do think there's some intelligent women who write on the craft, but unfortunately it'd be a conflict of interest to have them on the panel, because again, this is a media outlet. They're not going to have women from other media outlets on their panel. That wouldn't make sense now, would it? So if you were to pick then women who are well-rounded with these sneakers, or your guess, you're saying they don't need to be well-rounded because you're saying well-rounded, correct?
Did I say they didn't have to be well-rounded? Did I say that?
No, you literally just said that the men on the panel are not well-rounded.
I think it's just crazy that you expect, I think you as a woman, right, that understands what it's like to be in this space, I think it's crazy that you have this type of, you have these rules when it comes down to women, but it's not the same thing with the men.
So what did you just say last year about the woman on the panel?
I said that she's Don C's wife, so nobody takes her or sees her as someone that's actually into sneakers.
But she's a woman.
Again. Oh my God.
She's a woman. You literally just said that, you're talking about all women here and a woman should be on the panel, but you're saying I'm giving
and I agree. It shouldn't just be any woman.
But here
did I not say that?
No, you're saying I'm giving structure and creating these guidelines. So you're trying to emphasize that you're not giving structure and guidelines as well. Am I correct?
No, because me saying that would be, wait. You're confusing me now, because first of all, you're moving goalposts. So that's one. Two, could you repeat that? Because I don't even think what you said just made sense.
I'm just regurgitating what you just said.
We're having a conversation. I said, right, that the women on the panel last year, a lot of people didn't agree with her because people, for the most part, didn't take her serious. I also agree with you that if someone's going to be on the panel, it should be someone that is well-versed or that's really in the community or whatever the case is. Honestly, it can come from different walks of life.
Exactly what I said in my tweet. I literally said that in my tweet.
And I know you said that, and I said that I agreed with you. And I told you what my problem was with that. I said, okay, so if you feel this way, who would be some women that you feel deserve to be on that thing? That was my thing. That was my whole thing with you. I'm confused as to what. All right, let's switch gears because this is dumb. You're also up here being a victim, and I think that's crazy considering that you really tried to sex shame the Sneaky Leak girls. Did you not?
Shall we pull up a couple videos, Rafi, on them shaming me actually on their videos?
Is it the one where they refer to the photo?
Well, first they shamed the girl from last year on Complex. Then they shame me. Then they shame other women who wear bikinis and sneakers also. Shall we pull up some of those?
What is that? Wait, shame or what are you talking about? Shame?
Yes.
Or criticize? Because I think it's a difference.
I mean,
and again, what made you try to sex shame them? Because if you actually listen to the last pod, if you actually listen to my episode, we actually said that it was a time in sneakers where women were hypersexualized or whatever, and we both agreed that it was nothing wrong with it because that's what was happening in sneakers at that time, but we just wanted a balance. That's exactly what we said. So I'm not sure where the shaming
we'll have to
came
go
from.
back and replace some of that because you use some specific names that you definitely that Sneaky Leak podcast actually uses some common names of women who are in the community and they shame them, they degrade them.
Ooh.
I mean, go and watch their podcast.
I do watch their podcast.
It's almost every other episode.
Double back on it. Key is the Sneaky. Is that the three individuals, ladies that do the? Okay. I've seen that one before.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what women they degraded. And when it came down to the woman on the panel last year, I mean, that was last year, so I can't think of the exact words, but I think it was just more of criticism as to why
And you're referring to the comment that was a camel toe comment, which was actually in one of their podcasts, and the three of them actually.
So because they talk about it, that means you have to bring it up and try to sex shame them, and then also put your numbers on top of that if what?
They were asking for analytics. I gave them numbers. You asked me for analytics. Here you go.
For analytics, what she did was QRT your thing. She said, "Oh, leader," because clearly she was confused by just like everyone else when you said leader, and you responded, with your numbers, and you tried to say, "Well, I don't have to twerk or show my camel toe, and pretty much my page is brand friendly," which that was crazy, and that was cat because that's why that picture went up with your breasts out, with you with this SB Dunks on. That's not family friendly either.
Okay, by having breasts, all right, is not family friendly, then that's just sexist. I'm sorry, Key. I didn't know you were sexist.
Girl, you know better. You know better because you know better, and you know what you were saying.
We got your boy in the crowd, and what I was referring to, Key, is actually how they discussed in the podcast how there was virality through that video, through doing that, through showing that. So I honestly was just regurgitating what was already said, what's already out there to the public.
It doesn't matter if it's out there to the public or not. You used it in a way to make it seem like you are better than them because you don't twerk or show your camel toe, which clearly you do because someone brought up a picture with that as well. So again, you tried to sex shame them.
I didn't sex shame them.
You tried to sex shame them when you are a woman in sneakers that also do little things, whether it's fashion or whether you get paid for or whatever the case is, and you got called out for it.
No,
that's it.
No, how about you go on their platforms right now and go see all the photos of me, of them degrading me with my images. I never pulled up a photo. I never shamed them through images. None of that. No.
Are you talking about yesterday or in general? Because
in general,
they use your picture and they put you up and they shame and degrade you. Really?
Yeah,
I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's on there. It's on there right now.
I think it was the one.
Somebody bring it up because I've never seen it.
I think it was the one where
somebody bring up Jay Cheyenne's feed on Twitter.
I think it was the one you were in New York, weren't you? And then you were wearing the black dress. Is that
they actually degrade me on how I dress all the time on their podcast. Henny is not a fan of how I style myself, unfortunately, because women all have to dress the same in order to be accepted, unfortunately, according to a lot of the comments that have been made on their podcast. We can bring
that's a conversation you can have with them.
We can bring up the clip, but if you go to all of my content, Key, show me one video where I have shamed or I've belittled anyone on my channel, please.
You probably don't have. Well, I also don't watch your content anymore, so I wouldn't know.
I focus on my community and the specific topic and subject that I'm talking about. And then I bring women on my community to amplify their voices, to help.
What women have you amplified?
Olivia SWL, Kay. I've also brought Mons Ramirez, and
she's cool. Yep.
She speaks sneakers podcast weekly. I've also done stuff with Paris, who is based out in Mexico. I mean, these are women who post consistent content on
So
YouTube.
You only want to work with women that post consistent content?
I want women who have a good work ethic, and I want to showcase them.
Is that community?
I know how hard it is. Yes, 100%.
So only working with women that's on your level is community?
I'm working with women who have a strong work ethic, who want to build.
So only working with women that's on your level or that you feel can get to your level is community.
Not that's on my level.
Because I have a rebuttal to that.
Even women who want to start a channel, I help. I'm a part of YouTube's Woman Mentorship Program, and I have an entire group of amazing mentees who I empower on a day-to-day basis to continue to strive to work hard, to grow their platform, to grow their channels, and to fight against hate, bigotry, discrimination, segregation on the platform.
And these women are in sneakers?
Not all in sneakers. No, they're also in other male-dominated spaces where they don't feel like they have a voice and they feel like they don't have a community. I don't discriminate against different niches. I help people in all niches. I don't care what type of content you're trying to create topic-wise.
That's cool. So when we speak community, because we talk about it a lot on Twitter, it's more than just uplifting people that has your work ethic. And you understand like why certain people kind of feel a way about you, because it actually shows that you only want to be lined with people who you feel are on your level or that can get to your level. So
I want people who are motivated and driven and have a passion. And I want to help give them that motivation, that fire to kickstart and reach their goals and their dreams and whatever it is they want to pursue and do in life. That is what I want. And I would love, actually, while we're on here, Key, because this has been a conversation. I can't quite get anybody to give me this definition, but can you define culture?
I was going to say something.
No, you're good.
Can I define culture? I want to give that
culture.
We're going to come back to that.
This is something that people throw at me constantly, but yet I cannot get anyone to define it for me. And I want to hear what you define, what you consider to be culture.
I think culture is kind of the exact opposite of what you do. I think you kind of have your own type of. All right, so culture or sneaker culture is I want to be specific.
I feel like that's a little bit of a broad question. Are you talking about culture in general, Shade, or are you talking about just culture in the sneaker space?
Yeah.
Culture in both. I would love to know culture in the sneaker realm and culture in general. What is your definition of the two?
Man, I need to bring Google up, but no, go ahead.
People have sent me the Wikipedia definition of it, but I'd love to hear it from your perspective.
Can I ask why you're asking that?
Because people always say that I am quote unquote a culture vulture. I'm not with the culture. And I'd like to know why is that?
I think people feel like you are not with the culture because, again, kind of like what you just admitted, you would rather work with women or people that you feel have a great work ethic. And culture is more than that. Culture is also bringing in people that may not want to have a work ethic like you, or may just want to be a friend, or may just want to be someone that just wants to be around you, or someone that just doesn't even see a career specifically in sneakers.
I was talking about being a woman mentor for YouTube. So of course
for
those
you
are the things.
All right,
I think you're confusing where I was going off of being a mentor. In that sense, does that make sense?
I think you pick and choose who you want to mentor, though, and people can pick that up from you. Like, do you not understand? I'm actually gonna switch gears because I've been waiting to talk about this.
Mentorship program is because you don't pick and choose who you mentor. But okay, continue.
But would you mentor if the YouTube and all of this stuff didn't exist? Because that's also culture, doing things without it being perks with it.
Before that, which is why I was selected to be a mentor in the first place.
Okay. Anyways, so I want to just bring it back to something, because one thing that you always talk about is gatekeeping. Yes. And you always talk about, I guess, you feeling that people gate kept you, or you probably have experienced some mean girls, which you probably have. And you probably don't remember this, but I remember it vividly because you were actually my first mean girl experience.
Oh.
Yeah.
Please do tell. What
so girl? Great. So I met you at Dallas SneakerCon in 2021. You did the panel with Aisha, Mrs. Jones, and you did it with other shorty, Romney. And
Romy, but cool.
Whatever her name is, her. So I was there with Polos and Jay's Marcus, if he's in here. Shout out to Marcus. And I remember I was just like, oh, that's that, because at the time you called yourself the hype model, not Shade TV. And I remember I was like, oh, like, I think I see her on YouTube or whatever. I think, I like what she's doing is dope or whatever. I was so scared to come up to you. And he told me, he was like, nah, you should just go up to her or whatever. Let her know that you're from New York, whatever the case is, like, see where it could go. I came up to you. I gave you your flowers. I'm like, yeah, I think what you're doing is dope, yada, yada. You gave me like a generic, like, yeah, just keep working hard. Like one of those. Cool. I watched the panel. While I was watching your panel, someone that you was working with saw my fit and was like, yo, like, your fit is fire, or whatever the case is. So we started chopping it up. He had happened to know exactly like where I'm from in New York and blah, blah, blah. And he was also like, oh, Shade is working on something. I guess this is when you was doing your vlog or whatever, your blogs, which you would do with SneakerCon. And he was like, she's working on something or whatever. I'm definitely going to tell her to put you in it. I was like, oh my God, like, that would be amazing. Cool. You get off the stage and he's like, oh, Marissa tried to grab you or whatever. Oh, this is Key, because mind you, we just spoke. This is Key, like, I want her to blah, blah, blah. You looked at me, you rolled your eyes, and you went the separate way. He even looked at me because he saw how you looked at me and was like,
let me
finish my story. It gets better.
That's fine, but it's going to be a he say, she say type of situation here.
Okay, that's fine.
Sorry.
I'm also going just based on feeling, because I know what I felt in that moment, and I know I'm not crazy.
That's fine, but
But let me finish the story. It gets better.
Okay.
So you gave me the eye roll, whatever the case is. He looked at me because even he saw the eye roll and was on some like, okay, well, that's weird. Or maybe she's just, in another world because you just came off the panel. Cool. So he's like, I'm going to check back in with you or whatever the case is. Cool. So we're waiting around. I see that you are interviewing Kuska, Jacques. I see that you are talking with 2Js. I see that you are talking with just, people that actually have names. The only smallest creative I seen you talking with that day was Mrs. Jones, because of course she, did the panels, which I thought that was dope. So I'm sitting here and I'm watching all of these people with bigger platforms that would benefit you, like kind of get the spotlight, whatever the case is. I didn't say anything
because this is one-sided.
I gotta finish it. I want you to explain yourself, but I feel like I gotta finish it.
As you go through this, just so you know,
Mm-hmm.
my team was actually selecting, since I was busy doing the interviews, bringing individuals over for me to interview.
Let me finish.
Continue.
So I'm seeing this happening or whatever, blah, blah, blah. I go up to him. I said, hey, what's up? Like, what are we doing or whatever? I'm not sure right now. It just looks like she's really busy. I mean, I told her about you or whatever, yada, 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 but I'm not sure what he's doing. So now the people that I'm with, they're kind of like, yo, SneakerCon is about to end. Like, we're not about to be sitting, like, we're hungry, whatever the case is. I peeped it right there. Like, I knew what it was. I knew what it was. And it's completely fine. So he also hits me with the, oh, well, I'm so sorry or whatever. I'm not sure, like, what's going on with her or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But I work for Jimmy Jazz and blah, blah, blah. Like, I feel like I could put you on or whatever, blah, blah, blah. I get back. Nothing happened with that. But my point being, I think it's funny how
you're talking about Maurice. We should bring him on board.
We should.
If he remembers this the same way. Actually,
yeah,
I would love to hear from him.
I remember it specifically.
When you're interviewing and working and doing contracts at the same time and dealing with a million things, I think that you may have misread the situation in the scenario. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry.
I don't think I misread it. I think it's exactly
I'm
what it
say
is.
Right now, I'm sorry for what you thought it was, but if
that's not an apology.
What you thought my intent was, that's not what was meant to escalate into something negative, that you think that I looked at you a certain way and discriminated against you and didn't want you on the video. I'm sorry. That's just no. I'm not gonna try and let you paint me as this evil person.
No. You don't have to do that. I'm just speaking my experience.
I did not do that.
Okay. So the eye roll that I saw, I was making it up. Okay.
100%. 100%.
Okay. 100%. That's where we're gonna disagree, because I have nothing to lie about on top of that.
And I don't either.
Okay. Then it's just going to be one of those situations where you're not going to admit to it, and that's fine.
Yeah, I feel like at this point in this in the conversation is definitely agree to disagree and stuff like that. And obviously,
agree to disagree. Of course she's gonna say no, that didn't happen. Sure. Of course she's gonna say that. That's fine.
Right, and obviously Key has her experiences with Shade, and Shade has her side and stuff like that. So I mean, like I said, it's cool.
It's cool because, like I said, that never stopped me from doing anything else. Yeah. Because if Kari is in here, we were actually on the same thing when we did Ladies Night.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is. Like you kind of just learn how to maneuver in these spaces, even if it's with a person that you're probably not the biggest fan of, or whatever the case is. So, but. Going back to just
actually to Key in our first conversation with women that Kari put together, what you said about me on the panel.
What did I say?
You said the only reason I was up there was because of the way I looked.
I said that?
Yeah.
When did I say that?
You said that in our very first conversation
in the Twitter space. Twitter. Mm-hmm. I don't think that's crazy. That doesn't even sound like me. When do I ever talk like that? Yeah. Is the only reason because of the way you look? Yeah. Or did I make a general statement about women in general who have lighter complexions that the brands kind of put out towards us? It probably was nothing to do towards specifically you.
Pretty sure you basically outlined me.
Was that space recorded? Because this would be one of those situations, because I don't remember that.
100%. Yeah.
That you're only on the panel because of how you look. Basically insinuating what? Because you're pretty?
Yeah, and you said that about brands, correct?
Yes, I said that about brands because it's a fact. It's a fact that and mind you, I'm on the lighter side myself, but it's a fact that the brands for a very long time had only had lighter skinned women who look racially ambiguous instead of actually pushing all women of color in the front. I'm not saying anything that's not a fact. I know people in this space of darker complexions that feel like and have dealt with fucking colorism. So I'm not saying it like to be funny. I'm saying it because it's a fact.
No, I'm just
and it happens, and you're a model, right? It happens in all industries.
It does.
So that wasn't towards you. That was towards just the fact that the brands do that. It wasn't towards you. That's crazy. You happen to be a lighter skinned woman. You have curly hair. You look racially ambiguous. And yes, you are mixed, but you have a certain look. And for a long time, the brands have pushed that look. It's a fact. I'm not saying that's your case, because I also said in the tweet that I responded to one of the tweets I said, you actually work hard. I gave you your flowers. I said that you work hard. But the fact is still a fact. It is what it is. And that's the problem. And that's the problem with a lot of people in this space. And that's a problem with the brands. And that's a problem with low key women like you feeling like people are attacking you, when it's just like, no, bro, no one's attacking you. It's a fact. It's a fact. No, colorism is a thing. I'm sorry. It's a fact. And it's a problem. Now, whether you benefit off of it or not, I don't know. But that wasn't towards you.
No, I'm just wondering, though, in the last few years, go back on Sneakers app. I just want to see the women that Nike and Jordan brand have been selecting for their.
It's not just Nike and Jordan brand. When we talk brands, we talk all and at this point, it's giving like you're trying to invalidate what I'm saying.
I'm not trying to invalidate. I just actually want you to showcase.
Showcase what exactly?
What you're talking about, because I think brands, through our voices, have understood that they need to have diversity
1,000%
in the image.
And this is why we keep having the conversation. So even if we had the conversation on the Twitter space that day, it still didn't make it not a fact.
No,
it's still a fact. Whether they're progressing or not, it's still a fact.
I get that. But I will say that I have been attacked for the way that I look numerous times, countless times. I have screenshots of messages from women who have attacked me for the way I look. I have video footage of women attacking me for the way that I look. So I'm just saying,
that's something you have to take up with those women. But again, I never attacked your image. I never did that. So I feel like you're trying to put that on me as if I am a part of that, and I didn't. Again, so that's a conversation you can have with those women.
This is going to be a he say, she said thing until we actually have evidence and showcase the facts.
Nah, sometimes evidence. Okay, you got it.
I'm just saying. So I want to go back to culture, though. Can you define culture for me? Culture in the sneaker community.
Culture in the sneaker community is kind of like what I started with. It's more than just being around people that do the work. Is someone that shares a love and a passion, and understanding that, honestly, especially in sneaker culture, like, I understand gatekeeping should not be a thing, but it's certain things that needs to be said and to preserve it. Because I think it's also a known fact that, especially since 2020, it has been very gentrified, and I'm going to say it, and I don't care. It's a thing. It's been very gentrified, and it has watered down the meaning of what sneaker culture really is. Buying your shoes, getting fly, just creating community in general.
Is it a specific brand, would you say, is a part of the sneaker culture? Like, if I were to talk about this shoe, would I get subjected to not being a part of the culture?
No, you wear different shoes.
About this?
No, what is that? I don't even know what that is. Is that a K-Swiss?
No, it's Adidas. But I think one of the things I'm trying to get at, and not saying you specifically, but actually Kari in here has called me a culture vulture many times. And women have constantly called me a culture vulture. And actually on the podcast, those women called me a culture vulture. So I just want to know from your perspective, because you are friends with all of these entities.
Absolutely.
Why would they refer to me as a culture vulture? And again, going back to your definition of what culture vulture is, what am I not fitting to not belong in that quote unquote community?
I can't speak for anybody else. I can just only.
I was gonna ask, is this like is this something that Key said about you, or is this just others in general? Because I know Key could only talk for herself, you know, which, you know, but I don't know if you're talking about in general, Shay. I was just asking.
No, I'm just asking, like, you know, because I know that you talk about the culture on your community a lot. So I'm just trying to figure out, you know, the definition of culture. And when you call out people or others call people culture vultures, what does that mean? And who creates the standards to what a culture vulture is?
I mean, I don't think there's like someone specifically that creates the standard. It's just more of a feeling. Like you can kind of feel when people come into this place just to get some type of notoriety or just want to get hot or use sneakers as a way to go to different lanes, because once again, like I said, like sneakers have just been and have become a place to where people can just get famous and just get hot. And it's unfortunate because this is just where we're at. And I even said that, you know, I feel like brands have been tone deaf on who they choose to amplify certain things, because numbers and people have made it to the point where numbers and follower counts and all of this stuff means that you're actually in this, and it's not true.
But I have a question for you. If you work for a brand and the brand is being pressured to show numbers, what do you expect that employer to do then? If they say, we need to hit this quota, find me creators.
I mean, everyone's going to have to do their job, but at the end of the day, it's just one of those.
But I'm asking you, what would you give as a resolution to them when you're saying, well, they're not looking at these smaller creators, but like they are talking to the higher ups who are like, listen, like we got to hit these numbers. This is our quota. We need this through these.
Well, luckily there are smaller creators that, you know, have a lot of the same engagement as the bigger creators. So at that point, it's just more just pushing it. I mean, and it's one of those things that's unfortunate, because unless it's someone that gets it, that's really, really like in that room, in those rooms up there, it's going to be a never ending cycle. Right. So I think for you, it's not just an easy answer. You have to have people that understand culture, that understand what sneaker culture is, that understands that numbers and follower counts doesn't mean shit. It doesn't equal influence. I think there's a lot that goes within that, but it's about actually getting up to those higher rooms. And unfortunately, a lot of those higher rooms are ran by people that don't look like us, right? And it is what it is. But
so do you think I'm a problem for having a community that I've built from nothing?
No, you can have any community. Why would I see that as a problem?
I'm just wondering, like, for somebody with a following as well, like, do you think I should not receive any campaigns because I've worked hard to gain this community, to gain this following?
Girl, you can build any community you want to build.
No, I understand that, but do you think I should be overlooked for my hard work ethic, and smaller creators who have not gone and created platforms on YouTube or other social media spaces should get overlooked?
Girl, no one should be overlooked. I feel like whether you did the work or whether someone is just a better fit for the job for whatever reason, that's who should get picked.
Exactly. Like, I agree with you. I think the best fit should be selected. 100%.
Exactly. But unfortunately, a lot of those fits doesn't like it's not from people. Well, I'm not going to say the fits is not from people, but the point is, it's not. You shouldn't have to have a big following to get those looks. Would you agree with that?
Sorry, say that again.
You shouldn't have to have a big following to get those looks. Would you agree with that?
I mean, you shouldn't, to get the looks or to get
to get booked or whatever the case is. You shouldn't have to have a big following to get booked.
I mean, I think it differs in different situations and scenarios. I think it depends fully on what that brand is trying to accomplish, you know, and I think there are different objectives. And unfortunately, if again those objectives you don't fit them, then they will overlook you. But again, in the modeling world, you know, it's not up to you. If you're not in the place at the right time and you're not the exact look that they're looking for, you move on and you keep just working your ass off and trying to get the next gig. But what I want to get into, Kari just made a comment on, and I would love for you to reflect on this as well. But industry plant. He's calling me an industry plant. Do you think that I'm an industry plant? This is pretty common too. And just wondering from your definition, what an industry plant also entails.
I feel like he should come up here because I feel like that's more of a conversation between you guys.
I just want to know because, you know, it's been used commonly. And I would say, you know, a prime example of somebody who's an industry plant is somebody who's worked in the industry, in my opinion. If you worked at a, you know, sneaker retail store, you could be considered an industry plant. I've never worked for any of these companies. I don't come from any of them. And, you know, unfortunately, I didn't have any handouts when I started. So people call me an industry plant. And I was just wondering your thoughts on what you consider to be an industry plant.
Well, so two things.
Somebody
I feel
who's
like
worked for a company, or I think you've worked for a retail company, correct?
Yeah, I've worked for Foot Locker before and Jimmy Jazz when they were Jimmy Jazz.
So if somebody were to come at you and call you an industry plant, what would you say back to them?
I feel like who I am as a person and just based on how long I've been doing sneakers, I wouldn't even like it doesn't faze me because I know I'm really about this life. So
wait, is this something that Kari said to you, Shade? Not Kay? Or not Key?
Yep.
Okay.
No,
so
not Key. I'm just asking Key, you know, in her opinion, what she would consider an industry plant, because, you know, Key is very knowledgeable on sneakers and she has worked for different companies who are sneaker retailers. So I just wondered, you know, I've never actually worked for a sneaker company, so I'm not exactly sure where this industry plant keeps getting put in.
Well, I don't think you have to work with a company to be an industry plant.
So that's why I'm asking, what is your definition then? If you don't have to work for a retail company or a brand, what is an industry plant considered?
My brain is just because I'm thrown off by just
I did
whatever.
I see, because I think with this conversation, I think because it has me personally, just by hearing it, I don't think it has nothing to do with Key in a sense, since Kari
I'm kind of just thrown off.
Kari is the one that mentioned this. I just think it probably a conversation that you probably want to have with Kari. Like I said, I don't know how much time y'all have, because we're more than welcome to have Kari in here to have that conversation. But like I said, it's up to you guys. But I just feel like this going back and forth, I mean, obviously questioning Key, that has nothing to do with certain topics that is getting brought up to her. And I could see why Key is a little confused to why things are getting asked the way they are.
Well, I think she feels that way because these are my friends, right? Yeah. So naturally she feels like everything that they say, I probably just I'm a yes man and be like, yeah, sure, I agree with that, which that's definitely not the case.
Sees these terms used. So I know, Key, that you've seen this terminology used. So I'm honestly just asking your opinion and your thoughts on it. It's not to say that I'm trying to negate from anything that, you know, is relatable to Key, but Key is in the world of the sneaker community. She sees this terminology get thrown around left and right. And I would love, from a female perspective and somebody who, you know, discusses sneakers on this topic, what this means.
Industry plant is from I can't even fucking think right now. An industry plant, like just outside of sneakers, when I think about it, is someone that is planted there to, I guess, distract what else is like going on, or like distract. Maybe distract is not the right word.
So like if I, for instance, say I worked for a sneaker company and they said, hey, like, we don't want you to disclose necessarily that you work for us, but we want you to go and we want you to create your own individual channel. We want you to do this.
That would never happen.
But I'm just saying, like, if that were the case, like, to me, that would define kind of an actual example of an industry plan, as somebody in the industry who has the resources from those companies to support whatever it is in their endeavors that they're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, no, I don't think a brand is going to tell you, and because just like Foot
No,
Locker, right?
so
Like, you know, people that work at Foot Locker that
what
can't
I'm
make their
saying
own
is
content.
I'm using this as an example.
Well, you can't
This
really
is
use that as an example though, because it's not one of those things that will happen.
Do you know that for a fact?
I don't think. Yeah, actually, I do, because I know. So, for example, right? Like, I know someone that works for Foot Locker, and when she tried to do like her own content or whatever the case is, or things that had to do with whatever, they pretty much told her that she couldn't.
Yeah. So they probably had rules and regulations, you know, almost like a non-compete, essentially, where they can't talk and disclose products. But I'm just opening up the floor. I'm not saying like this is a conversation that me and Key have had directly. I'm just having an open dialogue on, you know, these certain terminologies that get thrown my way. And I think in better preparation to also have more women who want to feel comfortable and safe in this, you know, space. These are terms that, you know, I think would be nice to actually kind of divulge in and have a better understanding of, since they get tossed around so much.
Okay, like I said, like I feel like, you know, because my definition of it could be different from Kari's. Like, so at the end of the day, I feel like it's one of those things that
your definition is going to be the same, Key. I'm just trying to have an open dialogue about.
And I'm saying that, like, because I feel like I know what you're trying to do, and it's a little weird, but I feel like since he said it, then that's a conversation that you need to have with him as to why he feels that you are an industry plan or a culture vulture or whatever the case is. So let me ask you a question. Why sneakers for you?
So when I grew up, my dad was one of the very, very first sneaker influencers. He ran with Carl Lewis, Flojo the Great, the Joiny Cursors. I grew up pretty much around sneakers my entire life. Then, you know, my dad taught me about his collection and Jordans, and, you know, really had to test out sneakers when Nike was known as a running brand. He was a force to be reckoned with in the entire process of getting the shoes right. And I was just drawn to that from such an early age. I've loved sneakers my whole life since I've done athletics. I've been in every single sport that was available to me. I went to college and played sports. I was known as the girl who only wore sneakers and sweats every single day to school. It's always been just part of my upbringing, my background, and I've always been passionate about it. I think for me personally, at the time that I started my channel, you know, I really was interested in finding creators that I could relate to on the YouTube space, and I couldn't. And during that time, my mom actually was diagnosed with cancer. And, you know, I had been actually talking to her about buying her a brand new pair of sneakers while she was going through her chemo treatments, and realized that I wasn't going to get to go and see her until they gave me the clearance that I could be near her. So I thought, you know, it would be amazing to actually create a channel where I can be with my mom from afar. And she knows my passion and love for this. She'll love it completely, and it'll help her fight and get through these hardships that she's going to go through. And, you know, in modeling, it's funny because as a model, you are basically told what you're supposed to showcase online. Like, it is supposed to be your portfolio. So when people come across your content, you have to look and be a certain way. So for a very long time, you know, my social media has been run primarily through my agencies and what I can and can't post. And I wanted to kind of show a different perspective, a different side of me that people didn't see or know of.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, all right.
All right. Well,
And you're smirking. So I want to ask you, she's smirking.
I have my own feelings about it, but it is what it is. I don't feel like it's gonna be something we're ever gonna agree on. So it's one of those, like, because I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. Like, I've met people that are just now getting into sneakers that I feel actually love the culture more than you do. And
so again, going back to culture, define that. Define that. What does that mean? What do they love more about the culture?
It's just it doesn't feel gimmicky. It doesn't feel like, even with your knowledge sometimes, like it's very, I don't know. I feel like you just don't take it as serious as like other people that I've met that have, you know, haven't been around for 20 plus years. Like you can tell
What do you
who
mean
like
by
really
taking it serious? Like what is an example of somebody who takes it seriously? Give me an example of somebody.
like someone that wants to, again, knowledge is kind of like a big thing for the most part.
And where
knowledge community. Knowledge? I do not consider you a part of the sneaker community, honestly.
Which is
pretty much like the Twitters, the Instagrams, whatever. You have built your own community. That's fine. But I think like when it really comes down to like the topics and the conversations that we have, I feel like you feel like one is probably dumb, or two, you consider most of us low with IQ, and three, it just comes off that you think you're better.
Okay, so hold that thought real quick. We got another special guest coming on real quick that wanted to come on here and speak as well. Let me know if your thumbs up. You good? Thumbs up. We good? You can hear me? All right, cool. So we got Kari up in here. Get him on the panel.
Of course.
Like I said, shout out my boy Kari. What up, man?
Hey, Kari.
What's poppin'?
What's good?
What's going on,
my boy?
How are you? Y'all got me out, man. I'm in the middle of moving, and I'm pausing for this, man. But I'm here. I feel good. How's it going? How's everybody doing? Hi, Key. Hi, Marissa.
Hello, Kari.
Hi, Kari.
Okay,
So
well,
what we
like I
talking-
said,
All
this,
right, so
like I said, I just wanted to open up the floor. I appreciate Kari, Key, Shade for coming on through. You guys speaking your mind and stuff like that. And I appreciate the chat holding it down. We got 500 people watching in the building, so make sure you guys run it up, hit that like button. Key, like I said, I know you have Twitter. Make sure you guys go check her out as well on Twitter. I know you have Twitter. I'll hit you up after this as well. Kari, I appreciate you coming on here. And like I said, this is a open floor for you guys to speak your mind and whatnot. So I appreciate you guys again.
All day. Yeah.
Go ahead and finish, Key.
What was I saying?
You were talking about the community and how you don't feel like I'm a part of the community.
Oh, yeah. And honestly, I think it's, and you correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like I'm not going to say don't want, maybe you just didn't want to be. I feel like your goal was to pretty much be where you are now. I feel like you are absolutely in your own lane with what you do and your content and stuff like that, and that's completely fine. But when it comes, like, community matters. Like, it matters more than I think you know it matters. And whether you don't care, because like I said, like any chance you get, you kind of use your numbers and your analytics or whatever to be like, oh, well, it doesn't really matter what you guys say because my analytics show me different. And if that's how you feel, that's how you feel.
That is a way to prove that you have community. And my community has always informed us come first.
But your community isn't completely sneaker based either.
It doesn't matter. I mean, everything I do, I'm wearing sneakers in.
If you're calling yourself a leader in sneakers, then yes, it does matter.
Yeah, I would say that about 95% to 98% of my content is sneaker driven.
Driven?
Yes.
Or adjacent.
And because it's not even adjacent. And I also have a fashion backbone to that as well. Fashion is a huge part of my channel. And
since your demographics.
Jordan. I mean, I have a huge female demographic. I have a huge audience, and I'm sorry, but showcasing you my numbers, what else would you like me to show you to prove that I have an audience?
I don't think it's about proving that you have an audience, though. Like,
what is it about?
Right. So, let's stick a quick pin in that. Yo, Rafi, let me ask you a question.
What's up, bro?
You're one of the most prominent creators in this space. How many of your core demographic is women?
I mean, I could check right now, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm gonna say more men watch than
oh,
women. Would that be
100%. I
safe
would
to
say
say?
more men. I mean, I definitely show love in the lady side because we have a good amount of moderators that are women, and
Hmm.
we definitely spread the love with the female side as well.
Absolutely.
But if you want to know, I would say okay, so this 3.5% is female that watch the content, and 96 point
3.5.
yeah 3.5%, and then 96% of is men.
96. Okay.
Hmm.
Similar for me, similar to Fomer, similar for Nightwing, similar for Tony, similar for Jacques, similar for most sneaker centric creators on this. So again, Marissa has said that she is the only creator that somehow her demo is flipped from that.
Yeah.
And the
It's
vast
60%
majority,
women. It's
60,
60% women.
60% women. So which one of those things, that one channel or every other sneaker channel that exists on YouTube that's sneaker centric, which one of those is a true representation of what the sneaker culture looks like? Because again, I want to stick to make sure we're talking sneakers,
Yeah.
sneakers,
We're
right?
in
Because
sneakers, and that is my
yes.
content.
Okay. So your
And I
channel,
also bring my audience, by the way, from very female focused platforms. I'm huge on Pinterest with a very huge 90% female audience.
okay, Marissa, let
I'm
me
on
ask
a
you a question. Let me ask you a question. How many of those women are minority or black or POC?
I don't judge what color of skin the women are.
I
If
never
they're
said you
women,
did. I
no,
never said you judged them.
but I'm not
I'm
I'm
just
not going to
asking for the
bring this
demo.
down to race. I'm sorry.
Okay, here's my point, right? Because and the reason why I mentioned race is because I mean race shouldn't be a sensitive topic at all. You're a black woman, aren't you?
I'm mixed.
Okay. So within that, I wouldn't think that race should be a sensitive subject for you because you're a black woman. I don't think that talking about black people should be a sensitive subject for a black woman.
It's not a
Why
sensitive
would it be?
subject, actually. I just
Okay.
don't
Then we can talk about it.
alienate or discriminate against race on my channel. Everybody's welcome. It doesn't matter the content or color of your skin.
I never said anybody. So, Marissa, so here's what we're gonna do tonight, right? The
Oh, you're
things
going to
that you're
tell me what we're going to do.
insinuating,
Okay.
yes, because the things that you're saying are not the things I'm saying. The things that you're answering questions I'm not asking, right? So I'm asking you to answer, because I'm gonna answer your questions directly. You know what I mean?
Go
So
for
like,
it. Go
so
for it,
okay,
Kari.
right.
You
And
are
so
considered, right, the champion of women
I'm
in the
not
sneaker
considered the
community,
I'm
right?
not considered the champion of women. I get called a white knight from time to time because I speak up
Mm.
on behalf of women, but that's fine. I don't mind that title. That's not that doesn't do anything for me. Like Mercy, you know better than anybody. I called everything under the sun, so can't nobody say nothing that's gonna shake me, respectfully. But my point in asking you the question I'm asking you is that even Brendan Dunn said, and as a journalist, I'm sure that you understood what Brendan Dunn says and what comes because you're big champions of these guys. He says that sneaker culture is black
I'm
culture.
gonna just say this right now. I
Mhm.
never said I was a big champion of them.
Well, you tagged them all in your tweet, did you not?
Yeah.
I
I mean,
mean, okay.
I was not champion. I was just stating facts.
But you mentioned that them as complex that you said that it was a quote well-balanced panel. How is that
Yeah.
not championing them?
It's not champion them. I'm just saying they are an entity of the complex organization.
Okay. All right. Here's my point, right? Let me bring it home. Brendan Dunn himself said that sneaker culture is black culture. A lot of people said that sneaker culture is primarily black culture. Now, granted, and this is not I don't want to get too deep into the whole race thing, but my point here is that when it comes to the culture as a whole, and when you're asked to define culture, when you're asked, some of these questions, the point of these questions, and it's funny that you're asking these questions because I don't know where you're going with these questions, but my whole thing about when we talk about culture as a whole is an appreciation of said culture. And I think
Mm.
that the reason why you saw the venom that you saw on Twitter the last day or two was because people feel that you do not appreciate the culture from which you take so much. Right. And as a Black woman or a Black identifying woman, the hope would be that you share the same struggle and the same experience that many experience. And as a self appointed leader in the space, you will make a conscientious effort to pull more women than someone in Mexico and maybe a couple others that you can name to share in this culture women
So
that
you
look
want
like
me to
you.
discriminate against the women basically that I
It's
bring on
not
my platform? No,
Did I
I
say
just
that?
I want to know.
Did I say
You're basically
that?
saying that I shouldn't be pulling a woman who
Nope.
is huge in Mexico. I shouldn't be bringing a
Mm,
woman who is huge in Europe. Define culture again, Kari, for
Did
me,
I
because
say
I
that?
asked you this.
Did I?
Please define culture for me. What is culture in your opinion?
Mhm. What is culture, in my opinion? Culture is a collective. That's culture. A collective.
Can you be a little bit more in depth? That seems pretty broad.
Culture is a broad thing.
So
So
explain it because you seem to say that certain things fit into the entity of culture. So I'm just wondering, when you refer to me not respecting the culture, what do you mean by that? I
so
don't
here's what's
respect the
happening.
collective?
You're trying to get me to explain something so you can explain outside of it and try to prove that my thinking is convoluted.
No,
And
no, no.
we're not going to do
I
that.
actually just don't
We're not going
understand
to
what
do
you
that.
mean. So I'm asking. I'm lost. I don't know what you mean by it. So I'm asking you to explain it.
Have you ever used the word culture before?
Many times.
So what does it mean to you?
Many times. And I would
Because
say that
here's the thing,
I
my
have a
opinion of culture doesn't
culturally,
matter. My opinion of culture doesn't matter,
but
right?
you're
When it
saying it
comes to you,
does.
but when it comes to the argument that you're making, my opinion of culture doesn't matter. That's why I'm asking what your opinion of culture is. What is your opinion of culture, and how do you feel that you fit into the zeitgeist of sneakers? 13 to 17-year-old women, is that your definition of culture? Because that's your demo. So
Yeah,
what's culture
it
to you?
is.
So
It
what
is. And
13 to 17-year-old women is your culture?
is there something wrong with me having a younger demographic? Do they need to be a certain age in order to fit the culture? Is that a
Marissa, you're doing
guideline?
this.
Is
You're
that a
doing this
guideline? I'm just
again.
asking. Is it a
You're
guideline?
asking, you're going places that I'm not going, right? You're
I'm not
asking
going
questions that I'm
places that
not.
you're not going, Kari. It's an honest question. You're saying that people who are 13 to 17 are not about the culture. Is that not what you just said?
I said that young women who are aged 13 to 17 are not the market, not the demographic that is being aimed at by the brands for which you self-appointed yourself a leader of the
I didn't
community that
self-appoint
that brand
myself.
markets to.
I think there's been some
You didn't
misconstrued
self-appoint yourself? Did
information.
you not say
No, I
as a leader in the space? How is that not being
no,
self-appointed? Or who dubbed you a leader?
you're misconstruing what it means. Like
Well,
I
now you know
said,
how it feels.
Rafi is leading this conversation. Leader can be perceived in different ways. I didn't say I was the leader. Please show me if I have a the in front of that word. I would love to see it, but I didn't put that statement in there.
You said as a leader.
Yeah, completely different.
Amongst leaders.
Completely
Great.
different.
That's a great
Completely
point. I'm
different.
glad you brought that. I'm glad you brought that up.
Completely
Because
different.
you said as a leader instead of as the
But
leader.
I want to go back and I want to
So
talk again. No. I want to go back to this 13 to 17 and that not being a part of the culture. I want to know what you mean by that. That is what I want to know. You keep diverting because you don't want to answer the question.
Okay, I'm gonna answer your question directly. I'm going to answer your question directly, and then I'm going to get back to my question because I'm not going to forget about this, right? So, but to answer your question directly, what do 13 to 17-year-old girls have to do with the sneaker culture? Again, to answer your question directly, that's not the target market that sneaker brands.
Rafi, I want to ask Rafi a question because he has little girls.
You asked me a question and it cut me off in the middle of my answer.
Because it actually has everything to do with this since you're talking about a younger demographic. Rafi, do you think that your daughter should be included in conversations?
Hell no.
Just wondering. And when they are 13 to 17, should they talk about sneakers? Should they be in the community?
I mean, sure. I mean, the thing is, like, my baby's just, yeah. I mean, and if you're talking about in general, if you're saying that, like, if my kids should be around the culture, if they're a part.
So as they age,
that's not the right question. That's not the right question to ask.
Should they consume content from the age of 13 to 17?
That's not the right question to ask Rafi. We're gonna ask Rafi a question. Let's ask the question that pertains to what we're talking about. Rafi, here's the real question that needs to be asked right here, right? Are sneaker brands marketing to your 13-year-old daughter? Is that the target demo? That's the question.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Bingo. That's my point here, right? Nike is not marketing to 13 to 17-year-old girls. That is how we get to a real answer.
And
right?
so
What
by
you're doing
marketing
is
to a
semantics.
what I'm doing, you're saying then, because I have a younger demographic, then I don't have a community that is for and about the culture because the brands are not pushing for that age demographic.
What I'm saying
Zuby's
is that when
Journeys,
it comes,
I have a question though. Zuby's and Journeys, do you think that they are trying to capture a younger audience, or Foot Locker Kids? What do you think Foot Locker Kids is trying to do? Is that not a younger demographic?
You
Who are
can't.
they
Well,
marketing towards?
you
who's
can't
paying
say
for
Foot
the
Locker Kids
shoes?
though, because most women, for the most part, wear
Out
kid
there,
shoes.
yeah. But I'm just wondering, 13 to 17, you have a kids Foot Locker, right? Are they not marketing to a younger generation, a younger demographic?
They're not
And why
marketing
does
to Generation Alpha. They're
Jordan
marketing to
brand do
Gen.
full family sizing? That's my other question. Who are
They're
they
not
marketing to?
marketing. They're not marketing to Generation Alpha. That's not even. Marissa, you call yourself a journalist and you don't even know who the brands are marketing
I'm just
to.
honestly wondering. There's full family sizing, so you're telling me that there's no marketing spend going towards a younger demographic.
The marketing. Why are you asking questions? You should know this. You're a journalist, right? Don't you know the numbers? The marketing is Gen Z. Gen Z is the target right now, not Gen A. Gen A is not the target.
So then who is shopping besides women? You're going to say only women shop at Kids Foot Locker.
No. What?
Said that? What are you talking about? Who said only women shop at Kids
I'm
Foot
just
Locker?
wondering.
So
just
I think someone pointed out with this donation, Parham for the $2 donation. He says Fortnite, Nike. Who is that targeting to?
Who's Uggs targeting to? I want to know, because last time I saw in an article as a journalist, they wrote about marketing towards Gen Alpha. But I guess maybe that is incorrect. I don't know.
What article is that? What article is that? Because there's literally positions at Nike corporate right now that are dedicated to marketing towards young millennials and Generation Z, and it's in the job description. Like, why are we talking about
Vans and Converse?
No, it's
Alpha,
not.
they're
This
not
is a
Gen
Nike
Alpha?
Inc. position. This is not a. This is a Nike Inc. position. This is who Nike is targeting. That's who the DN was targeted to. It
So
was
Vans
targeted.
and Converse, who is their target demographic? Not Gen Alpha?
Here's the point. And Rafi literally proved it when he said, "I don't think so." Right? The point is that your market, your demo, and especially as a fashion and style influencer, is not who the brands are primarily. Because let me make sure, because
We've shifted to primarily. Okay.
I never said anything but that. I never said any. That's the thing. I never said only or explicitly or any of that. But you answer as if people talk in a way that they're not talking. But let me be very clear. That's not primarily what it is. The primary customer. Who is the primary customer of these brands? Who's the everyday customer of these brands? It's not 13 to 17-year-old girls. It's not. And that's not who's consuming content on the regular sneaker-centric content. This is what we were talking about on Twitter, sneaker-centric content. And you said that your most viral video was a sneaker video when it was really a fashion video of you wearing a revealing
sneakers.
dress.
How is that not a video?
That's not,
I
because
style
that's not the
sneakers and I
focus.
show myself wearing the sneakers. How is
Marissa,
that
can I
not
ask you a
sneaker
question?
content?
What is the
that?
caption of that short? What's the caption of that short? What is the caption?
The caption does not matter.
Okay, I'm gonna hold on, time out. I'm gonna just cut it off real quick.
I'm
gonna cut it off real quick. We got another special guest on the stream that we want to hop in here. We got LA3 TV hopping in here. Hit me up. Wanted to join in. What's up, LA?
Hey,
What's
LA.
up? What's up, Raph?
What's good, bro?
What's up, beautiful?
I appreciate you tapping in as always. Let me set this up real quick so we get everyone in here. Shout out to LA3 TV in the building. Like I said, we got Key. Shade and Kari. I appreciate once again all of you guys for tapping in. We still have 600 people in the building. Make sure you guys hit that like button as well. And we're gonna go ahead and continue on with the conversation. So I appreciate you guys once again for holding it down, man. So go ahead.
No, thank you, and I appreciate you giving me the platform and the ability to speak. I was just hearing everything being said, and I love the points being said, but I feel like there was a lopsidedness to this conversation, so I just wanted to join in to have the ability to speak for Shade, because I do understand the parts that Kari and Kia are saying, but there are other parts that are not being said, and I just wanted to have the ability to project that. So
I'm gonna let him have the floor then. So what's the parts that are not being said?
So, and as another content creator, I think you understand the difficulty of having an audience, because I think the quiet parts that people don't say, and I think Rafi understands this. If you have nobody watching your content, I don't care how pure your content is, nobody's seeing it. The quiet part that nobody says out loud, and the reason why Complex and places like Hypebeast or other things of that syndicate state like or do these clickbait things, because you need an audience to say the things that you're saying. Because if you only get so many click-throughs, if you only get so many ads, the reality is those don't keep the lights on. Like, that's just the hard truth. Shade makes a living off of this. Kari, I know you do other things that compensate when you don't create content. That's just the harsh reality. So, and I do the same thing where I don't do things content-wise or things with what people would call a cook group or whatever the case might be that doesn't have to keep my bills going. She does. Rafi does. So there's things that in the trajectory of culture or in the trajectory of what a purist would want, he can't do. And we all know that's the honest truth.
I'm confused. I don't even know what you're talking. What kid? What? Huh?
He's. I think his point that he's saying, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to make sure that I hear him correctly. I think that his point is that as a full-time creator, that Marissa's job has to extend beyond this super niche, super hyper spending small place that you and I occupy, because I have a 9 to 5 and I don't depend primarily on content money or brand deals or what have you to make a living. So we are speaking from a very narrow lens, where he feels Marissa kind of has to be in the position that she's in and has to expand her content offerings to the point where people accuse her of being things like a culture vulture, whatever, but she's doing this as a means to make sure that she can hold down her company and her production company. Is that in the ballpark?
It's in the ballpark. I wouldn't say she has to. I would say she confidently put herself in a way that she could pivot, because a lot of content creators, and again, I know Rafi can state for this, and a lot of creators, when you create an algorithm and you create an audience, they expect you to produce this content all the time. The fact that she has an audience that watches her movie reviews, she does the Comic-Con, she does other news. I think the only thing she doesn't really touch on is political, and I think there's just small on her part because it's a hard thing to navigate, and it kind of then changes your algorithm again. And then she does sneakers primarily, and even if I guess when somebody quickly clicks through her thing, she has a lot of views overall, but sometimes her sneaker things don't. It's the collective nature of all of that and those eyes and that consistency of content, again, puts her in a place where if one thing isn't doing well, she doesn't have to worry about her bills not being compensated. She doesn't have to worry about doing a Patreon. She doesn't have to worry about doing any other things but just getting ad revenue and brand deals. And that's a hard thing to say in 2024. I'm just being completely honest. because I speak with a lot of other content creators, and it's a very hard space to be in right now. Even the content creator that I love the most, Marcus Brownlee, is going through weird things where he's quasi put literally the tiniest little toe into sneakers, and because he tried to create a sneaker, that is like his blemish on top of this little speeding thing that he just did recently. Like the sneaker and that and panels is his blemish on like years and years of his record of being just a tech creator. That's just a scary thing. I'm just being honest.
Well, yeah, I'm not doubting the fact that, it's difficult, within something that's such a niche. No one, look, let's get back to how we kind of got here in the first place.
Yeah,
We're not here. We're not here because Marissa creates the content that she creates. We're not here because Marissa talks about sneakers. We're not here because Marissa does cosplay or fandom or anything or movies or anything like that. We've praised her for that. We've been on record praising her for that. She's doing her thing. We go on record saying all the time. We've gone on record saying that she works hard. That's not the point here. The reason why we're here is because Marissa started a thread on Twitter appointing herself a leader in the sneaker space, in the sneaker culture. That's why we're here.
Yeah, I didn't say
so
the leader, but
about
I
her
just have a question,
expansion
Kari. Do you not consider me
okay.
a forward trending woman leader in the space? Just asking you. Do you think I'm not a leader?
Can I answer that?
I really have to.
You can answer it too, Kate.
yeah,
I just want to know from both your perspectives.
I think you're because I'm trying like it's so hard not
It's
to.
okay, Kate. Don't worry. Just say how you feel. Say how you feel.
I don't think I think you're a leader in your own lane, and you're a leader to a certain demographic. And that's okay.
And is that okay that I'm
Yeah, no, that's okay. That's absolutely okay. But
so Key, and I love that you say that. So Key, who would you feel if you put the title as leader? Who would you feel feels that title with?
I don't think anyone feels a title. I think it's a collective thing. I think and I guess that's the thing though, right? Like there's not one leader in sneakers. Like there's no one person that I can think of and be like, this person is
leaders though. Would you say that there are multiple leaders of women who have given their presence that people, maybe found interest in sneakers because they're like, wow, I really like this girl. I really like her content.
For sure.
Because I would argue, right, especially in his heyest of days, even though I know he's taking a hiatus of this, Kari, Steph, I would say, I don't want to say 2Js because 2Js is kind of like resell, but there were people specifically, and that's why I would say multiple leaders, because I think that's the beauty of it, and I think you hit on it. There is nobody bigger than the culture itself. But because the culture has so much space to accept people and what they want to contribute, leaders are allowed. And her saying that comment, I fully understand why she got the kickback she got. But then I asked people, and I've asked people quietly behind the scenes, well, just tell me somebody that puts out the amount of content Shay does.
But you don't have to put out content to be a leader. And I think that's like.
But my point is only in regards to content. I don't disagree with you. And again, and there's been this other little thing. I legit love when you choose to grace the timeline with your thoughts or with your fits and with all that stuff, because I feel like that's so powerful. I've said the same thing to Jerlisa in regards to what she can do, and I don't care.
I honestly think that you are a leader.
I agree. I think
see
he
you
is
as
a leader.
and I see that you do your content differently, and you know everything that you involve mental health with. I think that you're leading
100%.
in a different way, but I do think that women lead in different ways. Like you said, you don't see me as a leader, but other women do, and there's nothing wrong with that. Whether or not you agree with the women who think or see me as a leader, it's up to them to decide and choose. That's why we have all of these different creators on all of these different spaces for that diversity. And I think that to say, you know, I am the leader, which I never stated, is what people were jumping to the conclusions of.
Well, I think it was I think it was the leader thing, and I think again it was just following up with you again, like from the beginning of this conversation, there really wasn't a solution. It just felt more so like, all right, well, Complex is going to do what we want to do or whatever, but if you want to be there, then you have to work hard. But it's just like, it does not feel like you were on our side when it came down to the whole Complex and them having a woman on the panel situation. And I think I speak for most people when I say that it came off just very, it just didn't come off.
I was being factual, Key. Like I asked you in the start, I said specifically, what is Complex Con? Who runs Complex Con? Who are the voices that represent their company, their media outlet? So it is up to them to decide.
Not to be in a circle, because you two had like a passionate conversation about that. I want to just quickly answer this. And I have conversations with Brandon Dunn. I've had conversations with Welty, and me and Brandon probably have had the most conversations with people at Complex. Key, what do you feel? Because I agree with you. I'm a solution-based person. So I love that you say that, because that's how my brain thinks. Solution-wise, what do you feel is the best way moving forward in regards to having representation that you feel speaks to the demographic that needs to be heard?
I'm sorry. Repeat that question. What do I feel?
So,
what solutions need to be done?
Yeah, because I agree with you. I agree. When I read her thread, the same thing what you're saying, I fully understand what Shade was saying, because me and Shade has had a numerous amount of conversations off camera and things of that nature. But I love hearing other perspectives. What do you feel would be the natural progression in having what you feel is what your demographic or what the culture needs in regards to representation as a solution base for Complex Con? Or just in general for the space?
Okay, well, I think the first thing is they need to tap into the community more. I think we all know that a lot of things that Complex does is paid, right? Would you agree with that?
100%. And I've had a conversation with somebody else about that. But again, bills have to be paid. I'm telling you the hard truth. Bills have to be paid.
Okay, so if bills have to be paid, I feel like it's and honestly, just based on this whole dialogue or whatever, I'm kind of just to the point we're just gonna have to do it for ourselves. Because it's it's corny, but because Complex has kind of been in the light for the past decade or so or whatever, regardless of the fact people love to say oh yeah, I need to just be quiet and just do it yourself or do the work or whatever the case is, not knowing that it's so much more that just goes in besides just doing the work. And I don't think it's a bad thing that we actually want to hold them accountable.
Oh no, and I 100% agree. And again,
why not create your own outlet, Key? I created my own media outlet. I don't agree with a lot of the media outlets that I read, so I started my own. And because I've never been invited on these panels that primarily consist of men, it's a huge reason why I continue to have conversations with other women on my channel. It's a huge reason why I stay consistent with what I'm putting out on my channel. That is
fair. So with that,
the Key has our own platform. It's not a YouTube channel, but does y'all just bigged her up for what she does in mental health? Is that not community that she's galvanizing in her own way?
No,
she's already doing it.
This is only in regards to the panel situation, not in regards to Key's content, because we all agree Key does very consistent, unique content, especially in mental health. It's only in regards to panel because I think that's a conversation because we all know the reality of the clickbait of what is said in those panels becomes the talking point for the entire week for the entire sneaker community. That's just the honest truth.
I don't know. I
And
think
the
it's
issue
just
here is that Marissa alluded to the fact that the panel was well picked. And she says, and I'm reading her quote, right? I'd love to see a woman on the SOTY panel, but if all she's going to do is talk about the 3 to 5 pairs she buys on sneakers, then no. Having an unqualified female on the panel will do more harm than good by making us women look uneducated and uninformed.
Yeah.
Okay, well, as a
Anytime
leader
a
in the
woman
sneaker
goes up
space,
and she speaks on the topic, she's representing us all.
1000%.
So who then is a woman?
You don't disagree with that because again, Key is uniquely qualified, and I even wrote that in the chat prior to jumping on this. Key is uniquely qualified when she knows. Yeah, she knows multiple brands. I know for a fact. I have talked to women like even at the recent not J-Tips event. There was another event I went to, and it was very similar where the women were allowed to, I don't want to say cut the line, but they didn't have to deal with the fuss. And literally, minus that creator, they don't touch no other sneakers but how Marissa said, where sneakers also seeded them pairs.
Yes.
I agree with her. I don't want that person speaking. I want somebody like Key speaking. I want somebody like Shade speaking. I'm being completely honest.
Mm-hmm. So, right. Well, that's where the issue came, right? Because that's the issue. Her first tweet seemed to be a contradiction to her final tweet because her first tweet was that she's a leader in the space. And then the final tweet was there should be women that are qualified being there. So why not just raise your hand and be like, yo, put me up there. Why the thread about all this and this stuff? If you haven't touched this, then you're irrelevant. Why? But this is my thing. But why did you need to throw all those other little things in there? If you feel that you are a leader in this space and you don't want to see unqualified women, you're telling us that you feel that you are qualified to be on that. You're a leader in the space, right?
I never ever said that I deserve to be on that panel. I think you're twisting my words once again, Kari. You're twisting the words around.
All right. So even if that
came out there and said that, and I'm saying this is a problem in the sneaker world. I mean, we need more women.
Okay, what's the problem? We need more women to what? Finish that.
I'm just saying that we need more women who have similar outlets to Complex.
Okay, boom. Okay, so what happened when you did that, right? When you said that, this is how people, I'm telling you how people interpret it. I'm telling you why you got the energy that you got, right? Because it wasn't because everybody's a hater and it wasn't because you're a victim. The reason why you got the venom that you got was because there are a countless amount of women who have worked tirelessly in this industry that knowingly deserve a spot on that panel, and they feel like you shitted on them all.
I did.
And as a leader,
that's how they misread it and misinterpreted it. I didn't say anything that wasn't factual, and I'm sorry, but when I bring up different brands and things that no one else is talking about except for these ones who are on the media outlets, and you go up there and they're talking about a specific sneaker, it's hard to sit up there and have that conversation. It really is. And it was so sad to see women degrade the speaker who was on last year and, really just say that she was uneducated on the topic. So, I would hate to see that happen again. And I think that a lot of women love specific brands. They're not diverse in the brands that they talk about or the brands that they wear. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
The way you're sounding now is not the tone that you had on Twitter. Your tone was very condescending on Twitter, and that's why people took offense to it, because you didn't say, well, I think it would just be nice if there were some women that were qualified. What you said was, if you ain't did this, that, and the third, you don't even matter. You're irrelevant out here. Keyboard warrior, this is I'm literally right now. You said, okay, I'm gonna read exactly what you said. I'm gonna read exactly what you said so that we're not misquoting anybody over here, right? So what you said was, If you haven't touched, purchased, or even created a single piece of sneaker content in the last 12 months, you're irrelevant. This industry moves too fast and the consumer won't resonate or trust you. Maybe put your foot in a sneaker before telling consumers what they should want. Got it. But the problem is that, again, this read very tone deaf because as a leader in the sneaker space, you should understand that there are a lot of other women in the sneaker space that are putting their feet in sneakers, that are talking about sneakers, writing about sneakers, that are journalists. Lois Sackney, the owner of Snobette, put a comprehensive list out of women that would be excellent for the panel. You didn't even comment on that. So again, as a leader in the sneaker space, as a leader, a leader, not the leader, a leader in the sneaker space. Why wasn't that list acknowledged? Why didn't
Corey,
you offer? Why didn't you? No. Let me
down.
finish. Let me
You're getting in
let
your
me
feelings
finish.
a little bit
No,
here.
I'm
No,
not
don't
getting
do
my
that.
feelings.
Please, he's
A little
speaking.
bit.
Oh, God,
No,
let
no,
Cardi
no,
finish.
Let him finish.
no. Y'all are gonna let me finish this, right?
No, 100%.
Again, why didn't you speak to that list? Why not offer solutions? That's how this culture and community go upward instead of downward. They don't shit on people that they feel aren't doing the work. They lift people up and acknowledge the ones that are. So where is your list
Exactly.
of
I
people
think-
that
I
should be
think
Hold
on
on,
that
hold on,
panel?
Shade, hold on 1 second, Kari and Kid, and I promise you, I love how you guys are saying it because I don't disagree. I do not disagree with solution based. What I will say, I'm gonna repeat this for everybody who needs to hear it. When you talk in dissension in your tone, I understand what the goal is, what you're trying to say, because I
You're
do
not
not
hearing
disagree.
dissension. You're
No,
hearing passion.
No, Kari,
That was-
because I literally stopped her from interrupting you. I fully want to get this thought out. When you're talking to her and then trying to put a point across, but then deflating her at the same time you're trying to put the point across, you're kind of canceling out that point. Because if you want her to talk about positivity, you want her to talk about growth, but at the same time you're talking down to her, I don't understand what the goal is. I'm being
How's he
honest
talking
with you.
down to her
Okay,
by
no,
asking her
no.
why didn't she?
If you Key, I understand if you're not seeing it or not, but I promise you, it's not just me. I was literally in a group chat watching this video in real time. That's the reason why I had to jump on the chat, because it's just uncomfortable watching, and I don't think you're even mean to do it purposely. But when she said something back to her and she's fully respecting what you're saying, but while she's speaking, you guys are saying, but you did this and you did that. She's not doing that while you guys are talking.
We're gonna run that back.
I mean that with love. I mean that with love.
Cut me. Wait, no, she did.
No, she did cut you off. Kari, she 100%
stuff that I'm
cut you
saying.
off, which is why I stopped it. Because I want to give you two so much respect, because you two do so much for the community and show that she.
LA3, I gotta say that you don't even like Kari. What are we talking about right now?
I don't like Kari, but this conversation has nothing to do with that.
Like,
this conversation
it's like you
has
can't
to do.
say that you like. This is just.
But me not having a conversation with that man has nothing to do with this conversation. Because again, see, this is what I'm talking about. This is why, Kari, this is why I said dissension in conversation. Because this is what I'm talking about, where I'm talking about the point of a culture and this person's making it personal, and this conversation is not for that. And that's my point.
I'm just for equal accountability. So if
exactly,
if my tone,
I agree with you.
So okay, so let me get you to acknowledge this, right? If my tone was wrong, is it wrong to say?
No, your tone's been great, Kari. I'll be honest with you.
Well, you just said there was dissension in my tone.
You did.
So I'm just saying.
No, in regards to what you're saying. In regards to what you're saying, because you'll change what. In regards to her answers, you'll say it in a way where you're I don't want to say purposely. You're unconsciously putting down what she's saying in responses, and I don't think you're purposely doing that. I genuinely don't.
How did I put her? How did I put her down? Was it my tone or something I said?
So let's say it's what you say, because I think tone was the wrong vernacular for that. So let's say she says, well, for how I took this, and be like, you shouldn't have taken this way. This is how your approach should have been. And we're not perfect. We're not all going to do the approach the same way you would do the approach. Is that fair to say it that way?
So, well, the point that I was making was that if she wanted to speak to women being on the panel. As she said, it would be great to see a woman on the panel. Why didn't she join the conversation about the women that should be on the panel?
It wasn't
And
a
that's
it
my
was a
question.
question.
No, and I get that because you jumped onto snobbit thing, and then to even prove more of my point of why Shade TV has to do other things, right? And I went and I go look on the snobbit page. Kari, you get more interaction with her. He gets more interactions than snobbit page. I get more interactions than snobbit page. But snobbit page is the official page off of High Snobbity. So I'm still saying what I have been saying, where snobbit page does not keep anybody lights on because ain't nobody clicking on that page. Nobody clicks on that Twitter. I'm being honest.
What is that?
What does that have to do with?
Because you said, why didn't she put into the conversation of what that editor put with those, I think it was like 6 individual and 4 you guys were all in the same universe. Well, that's not all of who should be on the panel, I'm being honest. Because I saw that.
So can I say my rebuttal?
Absolutely.
Because I specifically said to Marissa in that tweet, I said, we have people that we felt like should be on, and I specifically asked her or told her to tell me, who do you think we should be on? And she couldn't give me an answer.
She still never gave us an answer.
I think she was saying. I think she was saying in general that she just wanted women in general. I think that's how.
But she also wants women that are qualified, correct? So I asked her, who are women that you would think would be qualified for the panel?
And I think
didn't get an answer.
I think she might have answered it where she said that like women that she feels that are driven, are worth ethic, or that are into the
right. And we're asking who? Like we want to put these names out in the air. That's the thing.
Right. Leaders are results oriented. Leaders come up with solutions. They don't state problems. They come up with solutions. That's what leaders do. That's why they get paid more than regular employees, right? You know that, Marissa, you're a boss, right? So as a leader, you come up with solutions.
And I gave you 2 of my solutions, which were I created my own media outlet, 1. I also created my own separate discussion talk with another female who understands the space. I mean, are those not solutions in your opinion?
So, LA, let me ask you this, because you've been defending her and you just kind of talked about how Snobette ain't nobody really checking for that because that's keeping the lights on. So you're saying that Shade TV is as much as other media outlets? Because that's her defense.
Yes, 100%.
So what's your defense?
But I will 100%.
So you feel like Shade TV is on the same level as major media?
No, I said no. Let's
How long have major media outlets been around, Kari?
Yeah, like we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna play that game. What I'm going to say, because I know the receipts. I've seen the numbers. I promise you, Shade TV is doing fine, and Shade TV being diverse is the most intelligent thing to do for the Shade TV brand.
Shade TV is doing fine in sneakers or in general?
In general, but that's the idea, right? So
that's not the idea. That's not the point of this conversation, LA. That's not the point of this. We're talking sneakers.
No. The idea of this conversation is why you don't hear particular voices in a specific niche space. And then I specified somebody that has walked into the niche space and then purposely has made sure that the niche space is not her prison.
Yeah.
Point blank.
When I say define culture, and when I say
she calls herself a leader in the sneaker space. Sneaker
she
space.
Said
sneaker.
Yeah,
space.
So I'm not.
I don't disagree. But again,
then I don't. But the rest of it is irrelevant because we're talking
the
sneakers.
rest of it's not irrelevant, right? Because as much as I love Key, there's times where Key puts up a retro shoe that nobody has no idea what that shoe is, except for very specific people that were part of the culture about 10 to 14 years ago. And I love that she does that because I've been part of sneakers for 20 plus years of my life. But there's a reality that nobody knows what that shoe is.
And so what about this sneaker? If I talk about this sneaker, am I part of the culture?
Marissa, you know better.
I'm honestly asking an opinion because a lot of people say that the sneakers that I talk about aren't retros. And because I'm not talking only about retros,
Well, I don't know who said
Who
that,
said
but
that?
we
Did nobody say that? That's sitting on this panel.
right.
I'm just
Never said
wondering.
that.
Just wondering. And that's why I'm trying to define what you both mean by culture.
So with that said, and I think Rafi hit on it, and I don't think we'll ever fully agree because that's the beauty of this. I think that's genuinely the beauty of why I think this year, particularly, our top 10 will be the most different top tier for everybody's because everybody has such a different style. Everybody has such a different thing that speaks to them. But I will 100% say prior to Shade, there are certain sambas I never would have looked at, minus Welty, and I think he hit onto it. Between New Balances and Adidas, that's Welty's pocket. Really old Air Maxes and a few eclectic Jordans is Jala Pumas, and Brandon Dunn, right? And then Car, you have such like a beautiful mixture of things that you have interacted with, things that you have touched, new owners. Because me, you, and I think two other creators literally push John Geiger's because we are so touched. We were so touched by mismatched checks. So there are people that will never understand the mismatched checks and what that did for the culture. They will never understand that moment. So I say this to say we don't always have to agree on exactly anything. But what I would love leaving this conversation is that we all agree that in 2025, as much as Jordan and Nike has created and clearly created a path for women to go forward, I would love for our space to do the same thing, even when we have our differences, because women are trendsetters. Women are the reason why there are certain shoes that people care about. The first time I saw On Clouds on women, the first time I've seen Asics, even though I'm a super Kid fan and they do a lot of collabs, women. New Balances became the new BBL shoe. Not BBLs, but it was like it. There's such a powerful thing women do in regards to this culture. I would love for people like Key. I would love for people like Jerlisa. I would love for people like I can't think of names right now because sadly me and Rafi started drinking really early and this Maker's Mark is starting to hit. But when I think of the names, I'm gonna add them. But there are amazing people in this culture that move things forward. And I understand that we have our differences, but I would love that even while we have our differences, we can all agree that change needs to occur.
I
This is the
honestly
point.
love to see more women be vocal and actually speak vocally on video about sneakers, about product, to showcase it, to educate on it. I would love for that to grow. I think that there's a disparity on YouTube. I don't think there's enough women. And I do think that some use their platform to bring other women down, when I would love to just see more women who are focused on actually talking about sneakers and how they feel about them, their thoughts, how they would like to style it. I think we need a more diverse set of women. And until we have that, it's very difficult to go head to head with the complexes. I think it's going to take a ton of women to combat this, to change this history. But by tearing other women down who are making strides, and I know you hate that I throw numbers out, these numbers, you understand, are exactly what media outlets use in their communication and in how they kind of show their value in a sense. And I would love for women to have these amazing successes through using their voice and educating and really spending the time to talk about sneakers on a day-to-day basis, a weekly basis, even through the written word. I think it's so powerful, and there's just not enough of it. But I do think by, having so much hatred, and that's what I discussed with Rafi when I first started my channel, there were a lot of people who degraded me and hated on me at the start. I had death threats. I had people saying, that they want to beat me. I don't deserve to be in this. And I think that people need to stick up for more women, or else women don't want to be a part of this world. And when you go out there, I think that YouTube is one of the most difficult platforms to be on as a woman, because you're literally speaking with your visuals, and there's no room for error.
So you feel like when it came to the sneaky leak, you feel like you were just defending yourself and that they tore you down first, right?
I don't think they only just tear me down. I actually have listened to a couple things that people have sent me where they tear down other women besides me. I'm actually not the only
Mhm.
one.
So you feel like they
Who
are
is
not
it?
an accurate representation of women in sneaker culture. Is that how you feel?
I don't think they're an accurate represent. It's not, sorry. It's not that I don't think they're an accurate representation. I think they're a form of representation. Yes. Are they
Of
the
what women
representation
should
for
be,
all
right?
women? No, I don't. But I also, on my platform, I'm very specific on what I talk about. I don't talk about other females. I don't bring them down. I don't try and say that I'm better than them. I basically empower women who come on my platform, and I tell people to go and follow them, to encourage them to continue to keep consistent with content. And I do know that, as a content creator, it is a very lonely world, and not having that support system honestly makes it very difficult to stay consistent. And I think that's what we need. We need more women out there who are consistent, but you're not dragging other women under the bus in order to grow from those topics.
So as a woman that as a woman that has really just come in with pure intentions, strictly for the love of the game, because you love sneakers, why do you feel that you have not felt that embrace from other women?
I've gotten embraced from a ton of women. I think it's a very select group of women. And actually, you've actually told me about a select group of women who don't embrace me. You were actually a part of the community that didn't embrace me, that you created as a group to bring me down. Why was that community of women basically dismembered, and people kind of
I
came
don't
up
think that
with it?
I don't think anybody was trying to bring you down, number
What
one.
were they
So
trying to do
let's
then by
establish
creating
that.
that group? Because I think there may be some
What
miscommunication
group?
then.
I don't even know what group she's talking about, to be honest with
Yeah,
you. What group are you talking about?
what group?
You don't want to talk about the group, or do you want me to show the messages?
No,
I'm
what group?
I'm like, is this a group chat? Like I'm trying to
Yeah,
understand what group means.
a group chat and a spaces that you used to have on Twitter.
The ladies' night?
Not the ladies' night, no.
No, because Marissa was in that.
No, not the
So
ladies'
like
night. There was another group formed with another woman creator in the YouTube space, and that
Mm.
group was essentially created to go up against me,
there was
essentially.
a group that was dedicated to bringing down Marissa Hill. Is that what
I'm
you're saying?
You tell me, Kari. You're the one who was a part of the
I d-
group and called me to
I'm
apologize.
asking you.
So
You know what? Like, okay, let's name names. Who are we talking about? You talking about TJ? Who are we talking about? Like, because I'm talking about women that are. It's known that
yeah,
y'all got some
yeah.
friction,
She was a part
right?
of it,
Okay,
and that was
all
what
right.
you informed me, right? Because you told me immediately when she unfollowed me, right, on the platform.
I think
She
it's
was
common knowledge that the two of y'all did not get along.
Yeah,
That's
but
not a secret.
I'm just wondering, like, you're asking me about the women who hate me. You were friends with them. So I'm just wondering from your perspective, because I've actually never had a conversation in person with them. So, I've never truly had any beef with somebody I've never met, but the things that you told me were quite interesting.
Well, because a lot of that was already reflected in a lot of, again, the venom that you got on Twitter yesterday. Yeah, people call you a culture vulture. Of course they do. Of course they do. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes. And if you want to know what the issue was there, it was that. And they felt like you didn't embrace
Because
any of them.
is it because I created a channel, it was different?
Wait. Um,
No.
separate
What?
from the timeline, right? And I'm not part of that conversation. I'm not part of the thing with TJ and stuff like that. And TJ is
Well,
another creator
you
that I
just
think of.
asked me though why I think I got so much hate from the women when I started my channel. So that's why I was asking, because I know that there were a few that didn't like me, and I was just wondering, from your perspective, why that is.
First, you're gonna have to ask them that. You got to talk to TJ. When was the last time you had a conversation with her?
Never actually had a conversation with her,
You
but
should.
you
You
know,
should probably do that.
you showed
You
me
should have a
some
conversation with her.
messages, so I was just
That's the,
wondering.
and that's why I was trying to get away from that, because
No.
I don't want people that's not here that can't speak for each other, and whatever
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm
happens
saying. Like,
outside, yeah, because it just becomes he say she say, and I don't think that's gonna push this particular conversation forward in any
right.
type of
The
way.
idea of this conversation, and that's fair, right? So the idea here is the upliftment of women in the sneaker community because Marissa
Absolutely.
feels that she has not felt that love as a leader in the sneaker community, and as a woman in the sneaker community she has not felt that love that it would have been nice to feel, right? And
Right.
so the
I mean,
part of that
I'm not
is
even saying that.
why.
I have an
Okay.
amazing community. It is a subset group. It is a very
Okay.
tiny group that does not like me, and they are all connected with one another. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that I don't have women that support me. I have a ton of women that support me on my channel.
Okay.
Okay,
that are
with this,
subscribed.
with that said, I mean, I like I said, I haven't really said much, and this is my point of you guys coming on here and really talking it out as individuals, as content creators, as adults, and stuff like that, and stuff like that. My question is for all of you guys, and obviously you guys had individual conversations on Twitter and whatnot. And I think this is a conversation that I feel like should have happened a while back ago. Obviously, you guys go back and forth on Twitter. Where is that where there's, as me, I'm just gonna go based off my experience with other content creators and kind of judging what they do. And me personally, I'm not a judgmental type of person. You know, I try to make sure, you know, if my homies are, you know, want to be successful, I'm always uplifting everybody that wants to be successful, right? So like, I know you guys have opinions and, you know, with each other. Where can we have a common ground where like, all right, how can you guys walk away with this conversation on a positive note? Because no matter what, you guys have your own platforms, your own communities that look up to you. I look at you guys. I don't know Kay too much. I'm going to get to know her a lot more now that I follow her on Instagram and Twitter, especially at LA3. I've been following Kari for quite some time, and he's very, very passionate in the sneaker culture, in the sneaker game, of not only going for the hype stuff. He's going for sneakers that he actually likes, talking about the culture about it, talking about the stories behind the sneaker. He has a passion of it, and I feel like every single one of you guys in this panel have a passion for sneakers. And going back to what Shade was saying, like being a leader, I think that's definitely what I've mentioned to her, and I've mentioned to a couple people. I feel like that's rubbed a lot of people in the wrong way, and that's subjective, right? Depending who read that, be like, leader of what? Leader of this, you know what I'm saying? Versus actually seeing her point, because I seen her point where like, all right, I think she's basically pointing, she wants ladies that are in the culture of sneakers representing in that panel at Complex Con. I think that's where we could kind of like, for me, that's how I looked at it, because I know I could see why people would be like, oh, leader of what? Like, you're the leader, like you're number one, you're on top. And I don't think she meant it in that way. And some people I could see, you know, where, you know, could see it differently. But also, like I even mentioned, is like in this space, like especially on social media, like people are going to say, you know, a lot of bad things about you as a content creator in general. I get a lot of people saying a lot of crazy shit about me. You know, I'm brown, I'm Asian. You don't see too many people, Filipinos doing this, you know, in this space and stuff like that. So, I mean, even as a live streamer where like you can't edit anything off, you can't cut nothing off, and you get crazy people saying crazy stuff. And I get it. And at the end of the day, not everybody as a content creator, Kari, Shade, LA3, Key, you know, no matter what, someone is never going to agree with you what you say. You know what I'm saying? So with all this said, like, where can we find a common ground for you guys to really, you know, I mean, you guys don't have to be best as friends, but where can we get a common ground to a point where you guys could walk away on a positive note? You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like it's like going back and forth, taking the receipts. You said this, she said that. We're not saying, you know what I'm saying? Like, so where can we get a common ground with it? Because I've seen sneaker Twitter. It's definitely a different platform than most. You know, I've been on Instagram, I'm on YouTube a whole lot, and Twitter is definitely a different animal of conversations when it comes to the sneaker space. So I mean, like I said, what I was saying is like, where can we get a common ground for you guys to really walk away on a positive note is what I'm asking.
I think and again, I'm going to be as honest as possible. I think the common ground that one we can agree with is that women need to be represented way more, and that we need men allies as well to uplift us in these spaces. I think we can all agree with that. I think specifically with, because I don't want it to sound like I'm telling her what to do. But I do feel like you can go about things a little bit more, like, and it's kind of just going to go back to like you having women or being around women that look like us. And this is not to say to discriminate against any other women or, you know, anybody that's of a different race or whatever the case is, but one that looks like us, because I feel like your demographic is just not really geared toward.
But that's not true.
Are you just referring to dark skin? Yeah. Is that what you're just referring to? Just to make sure.
I have a variety of a demographic that follows me.
Follows you, but again, like you kind of already put that out there that you only like to deal with people that do the work.
I have women of all races on my channel.
I don't think we're gonna, because I don't think we're ever gonna agree on it. But
I'm just stating facts. Like, I've had women of all diversities. You can go back and you can check all the women that I've actually had on my channel. There's a diverse mix.
Okay.
I think on both parts, and this is why I love that Rafi said what he said, because it kind of echoed what I said about 10 minutes ago. I could kind of agree. I don't want to say agree or disagree, but I do understand Key's part where, similar to what I said earlier about the snobette thing, if visually she's not seeing enough of the demographic, or, and again, that's why I was trying to get clarification, if it's just the skin tone or it's the ethnic, I was trying to get a clarity.
Well, not even just like Black women, or of course like more dark skinned women or whatever, because I feel like they need a platform. But like outside of that, more just being in the community, because like I said, like I understand what her lane is with the YouTube and, you know, everything else that she touches, but it doesn't feel like she's actually a part of us.
Gotcha.
If that makes sense.
No, I get what you're saying.
What does us mean, Key?
I'll jump on this.
You can answer this as well.
And I fully understand what Key is saying now. So there are certain installations, like perfect example. I know I didn't want to say I purposely didn't go. There was recently a Black forum, a sneaker forum that occurred, and there was a lot of prominent people there. And I don't even believe, when I even saw like the list and stuff like that, I don't even believe you were going to attend or something like that. And there's a lot of other little installations that occur that KO goes to, that a few other prominent people go to. And again, even though people don't see my face, people that know me in New York know, like, I'm going to these events. I go to NB events. I go to concept events. I go to a lot of these other things. So I do understand what they're saying in regards to just on the ground level, you're not seen as much as other people because they are on the ground level. Key, I will forever give Key her flowers. Key's at events. Key don't give a shit. Key's at events. Right?
I'll try to be.
Key's at events. I respect it. And then when Kari has a chance, and then again, he has a 9-to-5, Kari shows out or Kari flies. So again, I give these people flowers. And I can kind of see in that particular vein, and this is where we get into that weird niche part, right?
Well, let me just play devil's advocate here.
Sure.
What if people don't invite me to those events?
No, and I have to be more prominent to when I see certain things that I even pass it on to you, because the weird thing is, because you do so many different things, your schedule is retarded. I'll be honest with you. Me and you have talked, and I'd be like, like, yeah, I'll see you like 3 weeks out. I'd be like, what?
Yeah.
So it's a little difficult because again, there's a lot of people that grew up years and years on these niche, and because you've spread yourself out to have this plethora of audience, it does give yourself a hard schedule to meet some of that. But I understand
Well,
the visual.
I'm creating content 10 hours, 11 hours, sometimes 12 hours a
Right,
day.
right.
That is my focus.
So outside of just the events, right? Like again, like even on Twitter, it doesn't feel like you're actually and I'm not saying that you have to be. I'm just saying like whether it's like I can already tell you like even though we probably have a lot of mutuals, but your audience is not the same as me, Kari's, and honestly,
Yeah.
LA's. It's just
different.
not.
It's different. But I want to preserve who I am. And I don't want to try and chameleonize myself to be something I'm not.
Very
And I think there's space for a ton more women to, you know, hit different demographics, hit different female audiences. I don't want to tell you guys what events you should be attending or where you should be at in your day to day. Do what fits your schedule, what works for you. That's how I live my life. I mean, I create content the way I want to create it. I don't want to listen to somebody give me a guideline and a rule book of what I should be creating, how I should be creating it. I'm a individual human being and I do things that I enjoy, that I love. I go to events that I want to attend and be a part of. But those are my choices and I think everybody should have a right to that. I don't want to tell you guys what content, how you should be creating it, where you should be creating it. Do what you enjoy, what makes you happy.
and I
So
agree.
is the problem that you're too busy to go to events, or the problem that you're not being invited to them?
It can be a mixture of both. I don't get invited to a ton of events that I see amazing creators getting invited to, but I also sometimes just honestly don't have enough time in the day. There's not enough time. You know, I am running a media outlet and I also am a full-time model. And on top of that, I am shooting content on my days off and I am editing that content when I have time that I don't need to sleep.
Right. So, um, if you're satisfied with your space in sneakers, that's not our place to judge. Are you satisfied with your place in sneakers, Marissa?
I don't think I'm even close to satisfied. I think that, you know, what I'm trying to do with my space is much bigger than me. It's going to be a larger community. And I'm excited to explore different opportunities and ventures. And, you know, there's some amazing things I'm doing next year, and it's not sneaker based. I don't think that my life should be 100% sneakers. I enjoy other things. I go to Comic-Con events. I go to Disney parks. These are things that I've always been a hobbyist in. And
Well,
if I
go ahead. I'm sorry.
no,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying like these are things that and I enjoy and I want to live my life to the fullest. And if
So,
that takes me in a different direction and I decide I want to create content that maybe steps a little outside of sneakers, I have every free will and every right to do that. And I would hope that you all would as well. I mean, I think a
yeah.
lot of my viewers actually enjoy kind of seeing me in my day-to-day life and seeing what I'm doing outside of sneakers. It gives them variation and they love it. And then I find that people have similar interests. You know, when I'm at these Comic-Con events, everybody's like, yo, you like cosplaying too, or you know, oh, I wore these sneakers just to show you. Like it's just really cool to see how interconnected the sneaker community is into other communities.
This is my response to that. Because you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You are a diverse, multifaceted woman that has a lot of different interests. And I agree. I don't think anybody should feel pigeonholed into being one thing. And there is someone in sneakers that it just jogged my mind. There's someone in sneakers right now that is on a similar path. You know, like everybody knows that she loves sneakers and everybody knows that she's heavily ingrained in the industry and that she's, you know, all this type of stuff and she really loves it. However, we all know that she loves so many other things just as much. She loves Harry Potter. She loves, you know, anime. She loves all these other, and she loves Disney. She loves all these things so much, and she creates content around these things in addition to the sneaker content. And yet she's also in the Jordan holiday campaign. Somehow she's still getting these opportunities, and that woman is the woman that you talked about twerking and showing her camel toe. That's Janelle Chanel. That's Janelle
I know
Cheyenne.
who you're talking about. I know
Right.
exactly who you're talking about.
So as someone, right? So it doesn't have to be one of the. I don't think anybody is saying you can't have it all and do it all. I think that the
Well,
point
you were
here.
just asking me purely based on like events and things that I would be interested in going to. So I'm just kind of telling you the interests I have.
100%, right, and that's fine. And my point is that's great. You can have those things. However, there's still something missing because there are other people that are doing the exact same thing, but yet are also not being put on the chopping block, for not being a part of the culture. So it's not just a matter of expanding your content beyond sneakers because there are
Well,
women
what if
doing
that
that. Janelle is
person
doing
that
that.
is friends with everybody who is dictating who's on the chopping block?
See, but again, I thought that you circumvented gatekeepers. Isn't that
No,
what you said on
no,
Twitter?
I'm saying that there is a subset group of gatekeepers.
I got a question. What's the point?
The
What do you mean?
point,
What's
Yeah,
the
that's where I'm at too, Rafi. I'm in the
my
same.
my no, well, I was trying to kind of get there, but Marissa once again kind of interrupted, which is fine,
Sorry,
right?
Corey. Sorry.
My point is this, right? You can have it all. Nobody is saying that you can't, right? However, the thing that's still missing is that the women in the community are speaking about they want you to have some kind of accountability and appreciation for
But
the
see, the
culture
women
that
in the
seems to
community,
not be there.
from my
Once again,
perspective,
cutting me
agree me.
off.
But I'm just saying, you can't define culture and community to me. I'm saying I have that support. There is a small subgroup of women who do not support me, and they haven't from the start.
So you're saying that these people never even gave you a chance.
No.
They just hated you right off the jump just because
Yes.
we don't know anything about Marissa, but we hate her. That's what
Well,
you're saying?
I feel like because no matter what, like because everyone
I
could.
feel like this is the wall. This is the wall right here.
No, this is not the wall. No, listen, no, y'all can no listen. Every time we try to get somewhere, right,
Yeah.
and Marissa gets a little on the defensive, y'all keep piping up and saying no, we're not. No, let her talk. Right, let's have the conversation, please. Right,
Go
Marissa.
ahead.
My question was, you feel like people not knowing anything about you at all just said, you know what? We don't know anything about that Marissa girl, but we
No.
don't like her off the jump.
No.
Just
I
period.
think once they've come across the content, yeah, I think initially, yeah.
You would probably be the first woman that I've ever heard that nobody knew anything about and she didn't do anything.
This,
Her energy
by
wasn't
the
now,
way, Kari,
because-
this
Yes.
isn't a large group. It's a very small
Right.
subset group.
Right. Okay, fine.
I,
All right.
I don't have groups where I bring women down. I spend any of my free time basically mentoring women who want to be on the YouTube space. That is where I feel like it is most beneficial in helping this newer upcoming generation and older generations to do that. But I would love to ask Rafi once again to roll the clip of women degrading women. I gave you the timestamp, Rafi, of what I mean by women not supporting women.
Okay, so this is where I'm going with this. If you don't know why there's an issue with you, and you don't apparently care to know
I know
why there's an issue
why
with
these women have issues with me, a majority of it. And I'm going to keep creating.
Okay, I got a question. Hold on, I'm going to cut it off, Marissa. These individuals, well, whether if it's ladies, men, whatever, have they had any interaction with you for them
I've
to
actually
feel
never
like
met
to feel
them,
like to
but
feel
they
like
actually
they should
create
that they don't like
content.
you?
Yeah, there's content on their platform.
I know, but have they had any interaction with you individually, like on Twitter, on Instagram, where they are like DMing you or replying to you saying we don't like you? Is there any, is this just based off what they see?
Honestly, I think everybody is going to have their opinions on other people, but they specifically use their platform to talk specifically about me in not positive ways.
I can answer that question. I can answer that question as well, Rafi. And this is what I was trying to get at, but I'll just get directly to it, right? Because Marissa's like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. When Marissa came on the scene, she came on the scene, and a lot of the women in the culture felt that Marissa was a prima donna. They felt that Marissa positioned herself as holier than thou. Marissa showed up to sneaker cons with a camera crew and lights and walked past a ton of women, some of which were actually fixtures in the community. Why? Because they didn't seem like they had the juice or the clout like that for them to be worth Marissa's time.
That's a lie.
That's not a lie. That's not a lie.
That's not a lie.
That is a lie. Marissa, I'm telling you.
Flat out. It's a lie, Kari. I'm sorry.
Marissa, I'm telling you. How are you going to tell me it's a lie? And I'm telling you what I've heard. I'm telling you what I've heard. This is gaslighting 101.
I know, but hold on, time out. But the thing is that, Kari, were you there though?
Yes.
Okay,
yes, that's what I'm saying. And listen, I either was there or was getting video clips and text messages from there, like, yo, like Marissa walked in with a whole camera crew. She walking past people like she don't even care. Listen, the energy was that she was better than from the jump. And listen, here's the thing. I'm not even saying, right, I'm not even necessarily faulting Marissa, because I think that from the jump, Marissa had a vision of producing highly produced, high quality content. So if it meant walking into a sneaker show with lights and the mics and the whole nine, I'm
going to cut you off, Kari. I'm sorry. This is going to be a he say, she say. I'm sorry. This is based off of biased opinions. So I don't want to waste my time with this. I am going to sign off.
And now it's time to cut it off.
I'm sorry, because we already did with
we like I said, we already discussed this part of it.
It
was like, you know, I was just listen. At the end of the day,
how do we discuss this part of it? And she said she doesn't know why people don't like her. She said, I don't know why people don't like me. I'm explaining why.
I didn't say that, Kari. And I again have my own community that supports me.
This is why we're not getting anywhere in this conversation, because every time we really try to get at the root of something, it's dismissed, it's talked down to, it's condescending.
It's Kari.
What are you doing?
What I wanted to say, and I understand what Kari's saying, and I want to clear this up. And Kari, let me know if I'm saying this right. And I have had to learn this myself in this community and taking criticism and stuff like that. What Kari is saying is, this is how people asserted something. It does not mean that was fact. It doesn't mean that's what you meant to do. All he is stating is that when he got the reception back of when you came in with your ability to have this team, they felt away, irregardless of why they felt away or whatever the case is.
I came out of my own pocket, built my own team, supported them, paid for them. Most of them, it was all of their first SneakerCon events, actually, my team. I provided and helped, actually, my intern just got into a couple Ivy Leagues from all of the different letters that I wrote to get him accepted into a college. I mean, the things that you are not seeing behind the scenes and how I'm helping people, which I don't think I need to disclose all this information. I'm in it for different reasons than, I guess you perceive, because I show up with big lights and all of this stuff. But like, how much of that did I have to pay to rent? How much of that did I not own? I mean, prime example.
The equipment isn't the point.
An entire
no. But
the equipment isn't the point.
But Shane, and that's 100 point what you're saying, and that's why I agree with Kari, because it's like when you say a joke and you meant the joke in a good way, but somebody took it in a malevolent way. You can't tell people how to receive something. That's just not fair.
Let me ask you a question. I want to ask you a question.
It's just incorrect.
Do you feel that you've ever gotten mean girl energy from Marissa at all? Key, directly. Key, do you
She's
feel
already
like you've
said
ever
she
gotten
has.
that answer? Boom. Okay. Well, then it's
Yeah.
not he say, she say. That's
Well,
direct
what I'm saying,
experience.
Kari, is we've already talked about this,
Yeah.
so I don't want to go back to something that Key and I have already discussed.
The only
Right.
reason why I brought it up was because I asked you what the issue was and you acted like you didn't know. That's the only reason why I got brought up. But again, we're not getting anywhere. Fine. If listen, what I'm hearing is that Marissa didn't do anything wrong to anybody ever. Right?
That's,
LA,
that's,
is that
that's
what is that what
unfair.
you're saying?
That's
See,
unfair,
Kari, that's
Kari.
what I'm
No,
talking
That's
it's
about.
no,
That's
it's
what
not
I'm talking
unfair.
about.
I talked about
Kari.
accountability. I talked about
But Kari,
accountability.
see, that's the talk about when I talk about the dissension. Everything else I agreed up to, and then you say that point. You don't need to say that. You don't need to say anybody's perfection because we all know that doesn't exist in this conversation.
No one is perfect.
But why is it amplified so much for everybody to have to answer to except Marissa?
It's not for everybody. This is a
What are you
small,
talking about?
tiny group that you're talking about. This is a small, tiny group that you're talking about.
Okay,
I'm
so a
sorry.
small tiny group. Okay, so a small tiny group then still has to answer to whatever
They don't need to
answer to.
Everyone has the free will to do whatever they want in the community as far as creating content and being a part of it.
So time out. So Kari, what do you want from her on this and in this topic? Like that's what I'm asking, you know?
Accountability.
So you're saying is that what you want? Is that what you want, Kari? Is accountability of her actions that you feel like? Because at the end of the day, she's disagreeing of what, you know, the actions that you were told that she did.
If she disagrees,
it is what it is.
That's
like
fine.
Right, I was gonna say, like, if she disagrees, it is what it is. Like, we move on.
We're literally gonna go back and forth.
So
yeah, exactly.
We're literally gonna go back and forth
all night. But it's like
fine.
It's
That's
not.
But you see too, if I had my team in here and they were to explain the interactions, they would explain it differently too.
Okay, well then you know
that's
what?
fine.
So
this
you
is
know
just,
what?
this is
I'm
a
very
waste
confident.
of time.
I'm very confident that the women that you say degrade you and bash you and hate you don't. I think they disagree with you too. Fair?
Fair. I think that's fair.
Bam.
It's always going to be always going to be two, you know, perceptions of how whatever happened. So it's one of those. If it's not like an actual conversation, like with those people or whatever the case is, then it is what it is.
But this is my whole thing, Key. But this is my whole thing with that. The way that Marissa is speaking tonight, well, these women that hate me, these women that diss me, these women that degrade me, boom. But if I come back and say, well, Marissa being a prima donna, and I guess maybe the point is, well, those women are here to defend themselves. So maybe when we get them into a chat, they can defend themselves. But the whole idea here is fine. If you disagree with that, that's fine. But it doesn't mean that they don't feel the way that they feel. And if you're a leader in the sneaker space, getting back to the original point, if you're a leader in the sneaker space, right, then the hope would be that you are seeking out ways to continue unifying this entire community, especially women in the community, and boosting them up so everybody can come up together. Right? And now I'm not saying go ahead.
I think that is our goal, Kari. I think that would be the dream. And again, going back to the same thing that I said of hoping that a woman at some point can be on this panel would be amazing. I don't think that the goals have changed at all. But I think that, would the best solution be for me to just go away, for me to just stop creating content?
That's a question.
Would a solution for the community be, well, I should then...
what?
Yeah, we're not going to go. We're not even going to jack that. Shade, stop. We're not even going to jack that. Shade, I don't even want you to put that in the world. I don't want you to put that in the air. I don't even want you to do that. We're not jacking that.
I mean, the problem, like, if she was to stop creating content today or not, like 9 times out of 10, we'll still be having this conversation. It's specifically like with content. So no.
I 100% agree, Key. So we're
a
not
lot
jacking
of women that I've spoken to have quit because they felt like they're not welcome and that there's hatred towards them.
All right, and with that said, right, and I love how Rafi jumped on this multiple times. I don't think none of us in this room has never had somebody say a hateful comment. If you're just reading the chat, right, because I don't know why I'm doing all three at the same time, because I'm reading Twitter at the same time too, right? There is nobody that's going to agree with all 4 of us at the same time.
No,
this is Rafi chat, and
100%.
And there's people that's not even agreeing with Rafi at points while he's talking. So the reality is, and Kari, you hit on something that I did love. What I want from this conversation, because there is no way to fix perception in real time. It's just impossible, because how you accepted that is how you took that, right? And there's just, until you get to meet the person, or until you get to engage with the person, or you might not ever do it. You might not ever like the person. That is fine, because the further you grow your career, there will just be more people that either love you or are okay with you, and that, and that's just the reality, because you just grow your platform, right? Rafi has a huge platform. I promise you, everybody doesn't love what Rafi does. That's just the harsh truth, right? I know literally Key had to put out a tweet the other day that I get more vagina than heterosexual males. I laughed my ass off. Or, yo, Key, that was a banger. I was laughing for 10 minutes straight, like legit in tears. And I just know, because of certain dynamics, I can't like fully retweet. I was laughing in tears for 10 minutes straight, because she's right. She has haters just because now she can interact with something that they can't. They have to go touch a sneaker and a raffle ticket all day. They can't even touch a female person, right? So to say this, there are too many powerful people in this space, too many powerful people in this conversation, irregardless of where we're at exactly right now. All I would love for after this conversation is us to hit that middle ground, and Key said it, and Shade said it, and Rafi said it, where the end goal, even regardless of where we are now, regardless of what happened in the past, the future is the voice, and the voice of females. And we all agree to that.
At the end of the day, you know, obviously it's agree to disagree and whatnot. Obviously, everyone is in a whole emotion and stuff like that, with all emotions and feelings and he said, she said, accountability, blah, 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 this, blah, 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 that, right? I want to say this. You guys are all content creators. Shade, I want you to keep doing what you're doing. Represent what you represent for your brand, for you. Okay, no matter who the hell the content creator is, or who is saying or talking down to you, especially you, keep same thing. You know, not everybody's gonna agree with you, but at the end of the day, no, hold on. At the end of the day, I want you guys to just keep doing what you're doing. All these comments, all these content creators are putting you down. That should uplift you. That should motivate you to even eat more. Because, like, listen, I was a small content creator myself. I was at 5,000 subscribers at one point. I know how it feels to have no subs and not being recognized and stuff like that. You know, like, at the end of the day, like, that's just how it is in this space. Sometimes when people start to grow and they see that success, people start to hate a little bit, start to judge. Oh, this person has these numbers. This person get invited to these. It's jealousy at the end of the day. That's how I look at it, you know. And with the situations that you guys been in person, and what I've heard from what you guys said, like, at the end of the day, you guys this is all going in a circle, you know. So just keep doing what you're doing as content creators, as influencers. Every single one of you in here are leaders of your own platform. I'm a leader of my 100%. Own platform. You know what I'm saying? That's why I brought you guys in here to hash it out. And hopefully you guys could walk away. Hopefully you guys could talk maybe one-on-one at the end of the day, maybe on the DMs if you have a problem, or you don't have to agree. Be like, yo, I appreciate you, you know, hearing you out. You know, yes, we don't agree, but at the end of the day, as Shade K, as women in this culture of sneakers, or just as influencers, be like, you know, we're not always going to agree, but I really do hope you still keep you know, stay successful with your brand. I think that's how you guys should walk away with it, because everything is just all a bunch of emotions. That's how I look at it as of right now, right? It's like, oh, he said, she's not taking accountability, blah blah this. Just walk away and just keep doing what you're doing at the end of the day, you know. Because as looking outside in on Twitter space, I don't really say much. I really don't. And you guys, Kari, you run Twitter like crazy, and I've given your flowers of, you know, you're an individual, which, you know, you are a very open-minded individual, and that's not a bad thing, right? You've grown your success on Twitter. You've gotten brands send you sneakers, and there's a lot of people out there that probably hate on you, that why is this guy getting sending shoes to this brand, and he's a yapper, or he says this on social media, and he blah blah blah, and you know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, no one's gonna agree with you. No one is at the end of the day, man. So for me, having you guys coming into my platform, my chat knows that I represent I'm a family friend and orientated type of platform. I try to make sure there's some sort of positivity around this space. Like I said, that's why I'm not really part of the Twitter space, because I feel like there's so much negative comments, negative this person's going after this person's going after this. That's why I don't really say much. So I thought you guys coming into this platform, my platform, in a positive space, you guys could walk away, happy having this conversation. You guys hash it out as adults, as content creators, and just move on. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if you guys agree. You guys don't have to agree with me, but that's just how I feel just by hearing this all. I let you guys talk, right? I mean, obviously I was cut off here and there because I wanted you guys to hash it out, and there's just so much emotions going around, going back and forth. So at the end of the day, you guys are going to keep doing what you guys are doing, and I want you guys to keep doing what you're doing, so that's how I feel. So I don't know if you guys...
we could listen, I chalked it up to, like, everyone's not going to get along. That's completely fine. We can go our separate ways after this. I want everybody to be great in any lane that they're in. Marissa, keep doing your thing. Kari, you gonna keep doing your thing. LA, you gonna keep doing your thing, and I'm gonna keep doing my thing. I mean,
absolutely.
Again, the common ground is just gonna be, I just hope moving forward, like when the conversations come up about women or whatever, like I said, my biggest thing was I felt like there weren't any solutions. So hopefully moving forward, like the idea is, if we're gonna come at, these bigger companies or whatever, is not to say that people that are underqualified or whatever. It's just like, all right, yes, we know some people are underqualified. Let's talk about the people who are. And let's talk about the reasons why they're not in those positions, and how do we take that down? Either take it down, or how do we do something to lift those people up because they deserve it. That's all.
There you go. Kari, any last thoughts?
Yeah. I don't know what we did here tonight. I really don't. I mean, this honestly just feels like, I think that, like, your point was, we were supposed to come in here and, discuss everything that had been going on and try to find some sort of an understanding and a mutual ground. And I'm gonna keep it a being with you. I feel like, what, I'm not gonna say that. No, I just, okay, well, you know what, fine. Like, let me say this. I think that we drastically deviated away from what the original point of the conversation was supposed to be. And I feel like when we touched on the initial point of the conversation, that got kind of skirted around so that we can get back to other points of the conversation. And I think that's where things just got really murky and muddled. Things that I want to make very clear. People acknowledge and they respect Marissa's position in the sneaker industry, be they a small, tiny group of people that hate her, or a very large community of people that, support her. And I see Marissa has a lot of support around her. She don't need none of us. She has a lot of support around her. On top of that, if we're talking about who's going on record, and we're talking about who's going on record to amplify women, to make sure that women are highlighted in this community, to make sure that women are seen, and to make sure that women have allyship through men. I don't know a lot of guys that are doing it like me. Not gonna lie to you. So, and Marissa, thank you for pulling up to Ladies Night when I was hosting Sample Size. And I appreciate that. I invited Marissa to Ladies Night on Sample Size for a reason, because I felt like she was a voice in this space. So I'm not taking that away from her, right? What she has accomplished. I've also acknowledged on record that she is a very hardworking person, a very hardworking woman in the industry. She creates content like a machine, right? With all that said, right? Because to me and where I come from, right? I'm gonna give you some tough love too if I want to see you really do well out here. Now I don't know what Marissa's goals are, and Marissa's goals may extend far beyond sneakers, and she may feel like she is on the path to that. My mistake if I felt like her goals had more to do with sneakers and maybe coming into the conversation about women on the panel, maybe I was misguided in what she was trying to say there, because I personally thought that the idea here was to kind of galvanize more women to try to come up with a solution to this panel that's male driven. Maybe I was wrong. But what I will say was that regardless of what happens here, I think Marissa will continue to do well. I hope that somewhere, somebody, uh, well, I'm not even going to say that. I'm going to say wishing Marissa the best. That's what I'm going to say. Thank you, Rafi,
You're
for
welcome,
this chat.
Kai. Appreciate it. LA3?
Ravi, I'm sorry, I gotta go.
Yeah, for sure, Shade.
I appreciate everybody jumping on this call. I know it was not pre-planned. I'm just going to keep it simple to more women getting the plaque in the sneaker niche. But I will continue trying my best to continue to make a difference, to support, to champion other women in the space who want to be a part of it. And any women who are in the space tonight that need advice and want to start a YouTube channel or just want to be a part of a community, I'm here for you.
Thanks. Appreciate you,
All
Shade.
right.
All right, Shade.
Appreciate you,
LA3?
Shade. Yep. And final thing, and I think Shay touched on it. I think he touched on it. Rafi, thank you so much for giving us the platform for us individuals that talk in different type of volumes, different type of medias to all talk on a unified space. So I truly appreciate you allowing us that ability.
Of course.
With that said, Kari, I don't disagree with you. I don't know if a solution was made today, but the beautiful thing about tomorrow's we might have a solution, or the day after we might have a solution, or the day after that. I don't know, or maybe we never have it. Because I don't disagree that an exact agreement was made today, but I think Key's message resonated where it needed to resonate. Even when I'm reading some of the comments and I'm reading through things like that, the idea is to not just state a problem, you state how do we get to solutions. And I think that's the key of what we're all saying. I think the definition of leadership, the definition of culture, the definition of certain things mean different things to all of us. And perception and reality is such a difficult thing to deal with in real time. And we are so passionate about what we do, what we say, what we put into this world. We have moments where we take something and we make it our definition, and it's just difficult to navigate that sometimes. But I think everybody's warranted to feel how they're going to feel, because the reality is those definitions or those words were made in the time when we discover them, right? So it's just difficult. It's no different than when I grew up, uptowns, well, Air Force Ones were uptowns, and then I talked to this new generation, and now they're called G Bezos. I think that's the stupidest name I've ever fucking heard. But that is this generation's name for those sneakers. So who am I to say you're not allowed to call it that? You know what I mean? So perception and reality is such a tricky thing to find a middle ground for. And in one conversation to offload a lot of things that have been building up is just a hard thing to state. I appreciate everybody being so respectful and getting their point off. And I know, again, passions leak other things, but I just appreciate everybody being here and everybody ready for growth to happen, because at the end of the day, everybody growing makes this community bigger. It makes Rafi's community bigger. It makes sneaker community bigger. It makes the adjoining communities of movies and music and all the things that touch sneakers bigger. And that's the end of the day, because at the end of the day, we want to have something where we have more eyes on us. Or maybe that's not the thing for everybody, but I would love to have more eyes on us and more eyes on our stories, because there's a reason why a whole bunch of people just lined up for a pair of GR3s and a slice of pizza. Like, there's a story behind that, but most of the comments is like, why is a pizza shop dropping sneakers? Because they don't know how important DJ Clark was for Nike, and then that collaboration that they had. So I want to continue pushing these stories. And I think uniquely, Joe Freshgood is giving us his flowers. I've given him his flowers. John Geiger's given his flowers. There are people uniquely great at telling stories. Rappy's good at doing live cops. Key is good at doing unique stuff. She's good at I would love for our community to embrace all of that, because that's the beauty of it. And that's just how I feel about that. But again, I thank you for this platform, and I appreciate everybody here.
Yes, sir.
That's where I'm at.
All right. Well, I appreciate you guys tapping in as always. Like I said, with all three of you, Shade, if she's still watching, if you guys need anything, you could definitely hit me up anytime you guys want to. We follow each other on social media, and I really wish you guys the best. Walking away from all this, man, I really do. So
appreciate you, Ralphie.
All right, no problem. I appreciate you guys. All right, you guys have a good night, man. All right.
You as well.
You too, brother.
All right, see you later. Hey man, something different for the platform is all I gotta say. Damn, 5 hours, 4 or 5 hours of stream. I cannot thank you guys enough, and I try to use my platform, for you guys, a lot of these individuals and content creators, whether if you're on Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, to come on here, and I feel like, shout out to my boy Zaya. All right, I feel like you know what I'm saying. I feel like Zaya a little bit. Yo, shout out my boy Zaya. Yo, you feel me? But at the end of the day, all jokes aside, shout outs to Kay, shout outs to Key, and shout outs to Shay TV, Marissa Hill, shout out to LA3 and Kari. They're doing their thing. Appreciate you guys all tapping in as always. Listen, tomorrow we got a shock drop, possibly on the Jordan 3s. Your boy will be at Complex Con, and so make sure you guys watch the content with Complex Con. We'll be there. All right. Shout out my boy Rami for the 2. I do want to give a huge shout out to everybody that was donating here on the chat. Shout out to everybody. I'm so sorry for not getting to the donations because of them just trying to hash it out and stuff like that, and trying to get them just to clear things up in the air. Obviously, this was a conversation these individuals needed for a long time, it seems like, and I'm glad that I got them on here to really just kind of show them, tell them how they feel, and then they could just kind of move on with their content and stuff like that. So much success to anybody that's a content creator out there that wants to be a content creator. You guys already know we always uplift everybody here on the stream. Shout out my boy Red for the 31-month re-up. Man, I'm gonna send you my therapy bill. Shout out my boy Red, thank you so much for the 31-month re-up. Make sure you guys follow me on Instagram, follow me on Twitter, follow me on Facebook. We're running some stuff on Facebook as well. I tried, obviously I'm not the leader of the live stream of hosting. I'm not the best, but I thought it was a little bit different. And I appreciate every single one of them for jumping on here. I was not expecting what we saw, but I mean, it is what it is. So I'm hoping a lot of you guys were entertained. Hopefully you guys had fun. I'll be live again tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. Pacific time or 5:30 Pacific time here in the West Coast. I'm here located in Las Vegas, Nevada. All right, so if anybody's going to Complex Con this weekend, I'll see you there. Okay, but you guys enjoy the rest of your night. What a night. Holy fuck, bro. I might need another shot before I go to bed. My ice is getting a little melted. So I'll catch you guys in the morning on my Monday through Friday viewers that come on every single day. We'll chop it up in the morning. Thank you guys so much for tapping in as always. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. I gotta go wash my ass or some shit, bro. It's hot. All right, it's been a long day, but on the positive note, you guys enjoy the rest of your Wednesday, and I'll see you guys on Thursdays. You guys enjoy the rest of your night. I'm out ya. Hit that like button on the way out, and you guys have a good day. Collection family to the motherfucking moon. Peace. Shout out boy Tops. The money, bro. I worked hard for it. Love my brother. Tops World for the 4 or 5. I appreciate it. Peace out, guys. I'm out ya. So maybe you should leave with me. The night is young, it's so